You about to say it.
Big love.
Your Hershey bar.
Love. You see my name? You see my handle? Big love in the house.
Big love.
Look at Roll face.
Put him in the Get him out of here. Come on.
Yo, man. Alex, what's good? I like your hair. What happened?
I took my braids out.
Word?
Yep, it's time they came out.
So you ain't going on no trips then in a minute, huh?
I'm going to see Beyonce next week in Miami, but I don't have no hair plans yet.
Word?
So be like this. Yep.
You going to see Beyonce? Why in Miami?
My mother-in-law has premium seating. So when I went to see her the first time, we saw her there, and I saw what happened over at FedEx. I wouldn't play myself like that. Miami was.
Yeah.
Here's my question. Everybody knows that FedEx is an open stadium. Why did they think it was going to be something different?
Nah, I don't even think it was because it rained. I thought they said that like there wasn't enough staffing. They weren't seeing the parking stuff. It was all the logistics.
It's a bad place for a stadium.
Right. That's why I said, why would they even have it there if they know?
I mean, DC, it's easy for a lot of people come here to go to concerts, though. Because you can get to, the north and the south pretty quickly, I guess. It's top of the south, I guess. Man. That's what's up. This might be risky. You hear DJ Hampton Stampede, we in the building. Love was popping.
Big love into his house. What's going on? Happy Wednesday.
Indeed. Q was good.
You already know what the fuck going on. You already know the vibes. We here tonight to find out about this soft society shit. You feel me? Thank you to everybody who's tuning in right now. You feel me?
Shit like that.
Nay was good.
What's up? Miss Nay is here. I'm going to plug y'all. Peace, Happiness, Love, A Journey to Healing will be available on Amazon this upcoming Monday, August 14th. So count my book, my first book. I'm excited.
Yay.
Okay. What is it called again?
Peace, Happiness, Love, A Journey to Healing.
Now, what's going to make it easiest for them to find it, though? Because that's a long title.
Well, you'll also be able to see on my website, but that will not drop until Monday. It'll go live.
All right,
and I'll post the link for that on Monday.
Wow. That's big, man. That's big. Writing a book is no easy feat, man. Shit, man. That's dope.
Shit like that.
Bro, what's popping?
What's going on, everyone? Happy Wednesday.
No doubt. How's everything?
It's peace. I gotta get these kids ready for school in 2 weeks. It's too much.
Well, how old are they?
I got a senior.
20-year-old.
Senior.
Why do you get them ready for what? You can't help no 20.
With our kids, the parents just be like, get them ready for what? Just send them off to school.
I'm saying, ain't he in like advanced courses and all that?
It's a he and a she. The she is the one graduating this year. She's class of 2024.
But yeah. All right, good. But answer my questions. Aren't they in advanced courses and all that?
They are, but they got to get their minds right. They got to get focused.
What I'm saying, what you with a communications degree gonna do to help them in school?
Well, first and foremost, the senior is getting her associate's degree when she graduates with her high school diploma.
That's my point.
She needs to tack on them scholarships that she needs to start applying for as of yesterday.
No. But I'm saying, what do you have to do to get them ready for school? Is my
I got to tell them to get them ready. Go apply for your scholarship so you're not waiting to the last minute.
That ain't even.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Hank was popping. Does that book? Hank was $2 super chat. Does that book have a section about one pot man?
No, it does not. It's talking about getting some healing because even you, as a negress, need some healing too, Hank.
I don't think you remember that. You might not remember.
I remember that one pot episode. Put all your money in one damn pot and don't have your own money. I remember that.
No doubt. Alex was good.
Hey,
you looking real natural, man.
yes, like I said earlier, the braids came out. It was time.
Oh, man. After sis got done with y'all been tapping into y'all blackness, man. That shit is dope.
Shout out to sis.
No,
Shout out to sis.
Shit like that. Shit like
sis
that.
will be back next week. Hank was popping. Gary, what up? Lady O in the building. Sway was good. Shit, Tatum already. He was on early too. Tatum was good, my G. 2010, 777 in the building. 777 put this. He put this comment at 10 a.m. He said the 2020 is the softest. Matt, what's popping? Hope all is well, man. Triple Black, you go.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
You
That
gotta,
Metro PCS plan.
you gotta allow the mic and allow the camera.
Bruh.
Struggle streaming. That's all right. This might be risky, man. We here. Yeah, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now as you can. It helps the channel the most. We got a couple people running late, but the 1 monkey, 2 monkey, 3 monkey will not stop the show. You feel me?
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
So let's get it popping. All right. Love, I'm just asking. So you got a man, right? Like your fiance or something that is important. So he got a job. He making 70 grand, right? Pretty good. He doing all right, whatever. So he going to a job interview. He gets a job for 100 grand. So that's a hell of a level up. 30K, I feel like is something you would take, right?
Depends on what it is. Okay, I'm following you. Go ahead. If he has to sell, but no, it's not worth it.
Regular job. It's just a regular job.
No trick
That's
bag.
that's why I can't use you for these because
I just want to make sure because you be trying to throw
fun. I'm just saying, upgrade to 30,000. He went on a job interview. That's worth it, right? But his ex is his boss.
Okay.
You good with that?
I'm trying to this little stupid scenario. Sure.
All right, never mind, man. Let me ask somebody else.
No, you can't dictate how I answer. Now, don't start already.
But you don't have to sit on the scenario. Just answer the question.
I said yes. I'm secure within my relationship with my man.
Okay, so he could work under her.
Not under her. She can be the boss, but he's not working under her.
She hired him.
Okay. What's your point?
Okay, what?
Under her. He's not working under her. Won't be late nights and Saturday and Sunday meetings unless we all have meetings. But no, for real, it honestly wouldn't matter. She's an ex for a reason, number one. Number two, even if they didn't know each other, if that's the case, he can sleep with anybody, right? So I'll see him 10 toes down. I trust my man, and she's an ex for a reason. I'm not pressed.
She's an ex because he cheated.
Okay, her stuff wasn't popping. That's why he cheated on her. I'm not worried.
Stop the cap.
He can cheat if the mentality is they may rekindle something. He can kindle with anybody, even if he didn't know the woman before. If it's an attractive woman, and if that's the insecurity, he can do to anybody. Co-worker, boss, anything. So that's what I'm saying. No, I'm not going to let that be the reason why I would say don't take the job. I trust him, and we grown. So no, I don't have a problem with it.
Okay, so you think him being able to have sex with anybody is the same as him having sex with an ex that he fucked the relationship up?
Right. I mean, if that's a concern, he can do it with anybody. So correct.
Gary S with the $10 super chat. Finally caught this show from the beginning. Word. I don't know. Ro,
I'm mature in my mentality and my mentals.
I'm mature too, but hell no. Because cheated, I mean, if he cheated on her, there's no telling what she has planned for him as the supervisor. She could be messing around with our money. No. Nope.
But you if that wasn't the scenario, he could work for her.
If that wasn't the scenario, no. If they yes, he could work for her. If he didn't cheat on her, yes. But if he cheated on her, I would be thinking that she'd be trying to do something to mess the money up, mess up our lives in some way, shape, or form.
Okay. Your thought wouldn't be he messed it up. So if he working with her again, you wouldn't have a fear of him trying to get back.
Nah. Because it's good over here.
What? Like cheeks?
It's all good over here. You eat good.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like
get
that.
attention. So there's no need to go anywhere else. But I would not trust her in that scenario if he cheated on her.
What you think, Alex?
No. You call it immature, call it insecure. We're not doing that. I don't believe in creating scenarios or opportunities for folks to try to rekindle anything. I feel like she's going to be in our business. No, absolutely not.
So regardless of whatever the reason is, he can't go work for her.
Nope.
So $30,000 ain't worth it.
That's only extra $300 on your take-home check. That's a no.
$30,000?
Yeah, for every $10,000, that's about an extra $100 on your paycheck.
Huh?
It is.
Dude, what's 30 divided by 12?
Hemp, I'm telling you, it's an extra like $100.
What's 30,000 divided by 12?
Hemp, why you always want to argue?
What you mean?
Why you always want to argue? I'm telling you.
But that would be an extra $600 a month.
$2,500.
So an extra $2,500 a month, that wouldn't be worth it.
When you think about taxes and stuff, it's really not that. And I say that because I've had that jump.
Okay.
It's not as much as you think it is.
Okay. So you say no, period, regardless of the bread.
We're not doing that.
What if it was 50,000?
No, it's still a no.
Man, what number would you sell your soul for?
That's exactly it right there. Selling my soul. I don't believe in creating opportunity. No, not like that. It's not happening.
So he just got to find another job.
Gotta go somewhere else.
And so, love, you go ahead. So when she give him a call, right? Because it's that type of job, right? 5 p.m. Hey, just FYI, tomorrow X, Y, and Z, and then you hear him chuckling and laughing.
It's nothing funny. I'm funny.
I mean, only I'm funny. Again, the mentality is that they have something going on that can happen with anybody, but there will be boundaries put in place though, and that's what extra boundaries definitely. But the opportunity can be with anybody, not just her. And again, if it's too much, I'm gonna keep my eye on it. Period. But I'm not gonna jump out there like that.
Men think they can always smash what they've smashed previously.
I guess, but my man, who was my fiance, as Rose said, it's all good over here, and I can't be worried about him trying to smash things like or hurt people. Like that just won't be on the forefront of my mind. Like if I gotta worry about you smashing people, I don't need to be with you. That's just that's how I think about things. No,
I don't know if you worried, but all vagina is made to make penises bust a nut. So
of course they are.
Y'all be sitting up here like you sitting on a golden pot. It's a vagina.
But listen to what I'm saying to you. I agree with you. A puss is a puss. And like you said, but if you put a puss on a lamppost, they're gonna stand down the corner, down the street line to get to it. They still out there now to this day. Mm-hmm. What I'm saying is that will not be my mindset and my frame of thinking of that they're cheating, because I don't have time to worry about that. If I have to worry about him cheating, he is not the man for me. Not all men, but what Adrian always say, black men don't cheat, which is a lie. But I'm just saying, like we wouldn't even
contradict. Okay.
I mean, all right. Men have a propensity to cheat. It was a joke, Shut up.
I'm just saying, you're confusing.
Contradicting myself. Shut up.
I'm just saying, you confusing yourself. You think? Q, can you hear me?
Okay, you said Q. I was waiting for it.
No.
Nah, I think the women. So I'm gonna say it like this. I think the women are saying what they really feel. You know, I think love is speaking from a factual place for herself. I mean, but if she really can't be with a nigga though. You got to be with a white nigga because a nigga going keep it all the way up. A nigga going cheat. Okay.
Well, that's just like saying that we're gonna cheat. Then I mean, which we do. Some of us do. Women. Next question, Hamp.
Yo, and this doesn't really correlate with the soft society, but it is, man. I'm so tired of the bullshitting, man. You can't tell me that day in and day out he going to that job, they laughing and kikiing, eating lunch and shit like that. You like, oh yeah, everything kosher, and stop, because you know that happens at jobs. That's why people created that construct of work husband and work wife. So
hell to the nah.
No work getting done. No, everybody, all they doing is sitting there cracking jokes and eating lunch together. There's no work getting done.
Work might get done, but we all know. You saw the countries that went to 4-day work weeks, they still had the same production. In what is it, Portugal or Spain, they have siestas every afternoon and they still productive. There's some countries that got 2 months worth of vacation. When women get pregnant in these other countries, they all for a year. Okay. People ain't working 8-hour days. Motherfuckers might be in the office, but ain't nobody grinding it out 8 hours.
If it was all like that with them, they would still be together. Like your scenario is kind of crazy.
Well, let me put it like this though,
this turn.
So let's say if I was the boss, and I'm just going to speak for me, I may have a bit of a petty streak within me, right? This nigga working up in here. Okay, bet. I personally know you, so you piss me off. I know your strengths. I know your weaknesses. That is to my advantage as the boss. That is to my advantage. And then if you go ahead and you get somebody else, that always gives me the opportunity to be like, I know how much this nigga makes. At the end of the day, I sign his paycheck. That's the up for me. So I know what's going on, at least what you're taking home personally. I know all of your financial business as the boss. As the person who's signing your check, you had to sit interview with me. And I could have just given you the job. I could have given you the job though off the strength because I know you. And speaking for me, I am on my healing journey as Nay is, but I may be coming from a petty place.
And that's fine, Alex. But if my man, and we're gonna use you because we're gonna do the role playing thing. If my man is your ex, if my man is your ex, and he knows you're petty, you didn't wake up petty yesterday. You were petty when y'all are together. So if he takes this job knowing you're petty, that's a problem. I'm not adding extra variables into it. You know what I'm saying? So if he knows you're petty, that means I know you petty. I'm like, no, don't take that job. Don't do it. You know what I'm saying? Like there has to be some type of rationale and wisdom used in this scenario at some point. If this is a petty woman that you've been like this for a minute.
But he went on an interview knowing that though. Once he even did the interview, you have to go through more than one interview. So
he wouldn't even take the interview if you're as petty as you say you are.
But we're at the point where he's already at the interview. He took the job. He got offered the job.
No, he wouldn't have went to the interview.
Let me say something real quick.
Oh God.
Let me say something real quick. Women are a victim to their emotions. And every last one of you women know exactly how the scenario is going to play out. Stop playing stupid. You already know. You guys are petty as hell, and you're a victim to your emotions.
No,
even if you can be the most professional person.
I am not agreeing I'm a victim to my emotions. They can agree to that. I'm not agreeing I'm a victim to
yes, you are. Yes, you are.
That sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen. I ain't playing with nobody money because you ain't gonna play with mine.
Right, that part too. So she play with the money, it's gonna be a whole lot.
Go ahead, Triple Black. Go ahead, finish.
Go with the insult.
Have you ever been many men have dealt with this, right? Let's just say you were at a party, you were anywhere, and there'd be that one woman that she don't like. She will find every excuse to make it a problem or make it known that she don't like her. Am I right or wrong?
Wrong, because not every woman is like that.
That's my point. Like,
Oh,
you,
Lord,
talking about. Like, I don't even know how you're entering this conversation with this. I'm not even engaging in this stupid conversation.
So you're saying that you guys are not a victim to your emotion, that you're.
I said no already.
Cool. All right. I don't believe that. I mean, do you believe that?
I think in the case of the boss, that's why I said, even if he took the interview, because of course men want their money, he's looking at it as an advancement situation. He might even be looking at it as if, she'll look out for him or whatever the case. My thing is, yes, that ex, she's a victim to her emotions because she's going to fuck with him. She's going to fuck with him on the job, whether it's pettiness, like maybe she do try to brush up against him or whatever the case is. It's really on him. It's on him to decide what he wants to do. Now, if he cheats, me being me, he know we done. So if that's the risk that you want to take, then that's what's going to happen. But on the case of the boss and her being the ex, I agree with No Cupcake Zone. I think that she is a victim to her emotions, and I wouldn't risk it. I would not risk it if I was him. But if he decides to take it because he wants to get more money, fine. But as soon as he cheats, we're done. And I'm sure he'll be out of a job.
Man, fuck what No Cupcake Zone talk about. Listen, when it comes to the cheating part, yes, a nigga going nigga. But as far as her being petty and all this other shit, y'all sound childish as fuck. Because look at it. And I put myself in a scenario now. If it came to Miss Nay getting an extra bag, I'm not getting in the way of that, because I know if it's an ex, it either went one or two ways. Either they left on good terms or they left on not so good terms. And knowing her, she's not gonna sit under somebody she don't fuck with the long way. So that's a childish mentality, right?
The scenario was
that he
cheated on her.
She's gonna be able to get petty. She's gonna be able to do all this shit. If that's the case, that shit likely ended on bad terms. So he'd be stupid to take the job.
Thank you. That's
the reality.
But did you guys just listen to yourself? Did you listen to yourself? The litmus test. The litmus test is on the man. It's on the man for him to not cheat. You didn't say anything about the woman putting the bait out there. Like, when I'm saying a woman is a victim to her emotion, either way, either the woman that has a man is gonna act on her emotion, or the woman that's in power is gonna act on her emotion. Either she's gonna try to entice him. What I'm saying is, you guys cannot be cool. It's not going to be, somebody is going to either try to get the upper hand. That's just how you guys are wired. Either the wife or the girlfriend is going to try to establish some type of like rules or power or whatever, or the woman in power is going to do that shit. It's never going to be a situation to where she's on her P's and Q's and you are on your P's and Q's. There's always going to be a fight. That's what I'm saying. You guys are a victim to your emotions, and I'm talking. You know I'm right. You know you ain't gonna give me
Nigga, no. Let me tell you this.
Get out of here, man.
Who gets along more? Because you want to bring it, we can bring it, motherfucker.
Already.
When it comes to these
co-parenting situations, go there.
When it comes to these co-parenting situations, who does a better job of getting along? 2 women or 2 niggas?
Men.
2 men.
Get fuck out of here. Fuck that.
Men.
The women
Everybody knows that.
The women tend to get along better.
No, they never get along better.
They tend
in a
to get
corporate
along
setting,
better.
in a work setting.
You
No, they
niggas
don't.
want to be in charge.
No, you're
you
wrong.
niggas want to be in charge.
You're wrong.
It's like if
You're
y'all
wrong.
there, that nigga either got he cannot exist. So
No, you're saying work. What are you saying?
I'm saying when it comes to co-parenting, when a woman has to step up to be a step anything to children, she does a better job at it than a man does at that.
Are you talking about children? Wait, what was your wait? Preface your comment. Are you talking about with step parenting?
Exactly.
Specifically,
when it comes to step parenting and being able to coexist
get along way better.
Those other parents, women do that better.
Women do that better. Yeah, if you talk, but we're talking about work though. So how'd you get there?
Right. Because of his point about women not being able to get along for whatever. If he's able to take that job and y'all saying, oh, these submissive women and all this shit, and that shit is in order, there's not going to be a problem there.
But we're talking about in a court.
Stop listening to argue and just listen to understand. What I'm saying is you're a victim to your emotions. Either one of the women are going to pull for power. Either the woman that's in power, which is the boss, or the wife. It's going to it's never going to be a situation to where.
So then I guess maybe for you need to break down to me what would be the reasoning for the
Don't
woman
try
in
to
power.
individualize it. It's reality. It's reality.
Nigga,
because the thing about it is the wife. If she's the wife, she's gonna remind that dude, you better not mess with that girl at work under any circumstances.
But why should she have to remind him of that?
She's also just don't take the job. That's
but
dumb.
She shouldn't have to remind him of that. He should know. He should know better not to do nothing like that. He's married, so he should know. Let me.
He's not married.
Going up and up. They're not married. Okay, so that's his woman. Whatever. Okay. He should know better.
Mm-hmm. So it's not.
Why should you have to remind him like he's a child?
It's not going to be worth his piece to try to go for that extra bag.
Right.
Like, come on, that's what I'm saying. You sound childish as fuck.
So,
but then, so what would be the reason that the boss would try to entice him? Unless shit ended on bad terms. So again, it would be stupid for him to take the job.
So he's choosing to take the job for whatever reason he's choosing.
That's my whole point. That's my whole point. You guys are a victim to your emotions. If she felt slighted or she felt burned by the relationship, she's going to do something to retaliate. Come on, man. It's easy. It's easy to understand. If the boss felt like, you know what, this dude did me wrong, we're going to hire him, but I'm going to make him go through hell.
Then he's stupid as fuck for taking the job.
You guys disagree with that?
She would be stupid too because she's messing up her own bag. Like you're going to waste your bag.
Now are women rational? So are women rational? Are women rational 100% of the time?
Dude, it sounds like
nobody's 100%.
No, let's be real. It sounds like
you know what?
Argue other points about women because the shit you talking about this topic makes no sense. So just say that. Just say, I think women do this and I don't like it. I came on here to argue with women.
Let the men decide. Let the men
decide. But the shit you're saying makes no sense.
I agree.
We on repeat from the last time your ass was up here saying a bunch of shit that don't make sense.
That's true. Can I read the super chat? Because I'm gonna read the super chat. Matthew Peterson.
Don't blame it on me. You just triggered. No. You just triggered because you don't like what I'm saying.
Triple black. Hold on. Matthew Peterson, thank you for the $2 super chat. Hey yo, do y'all boot people on Wednesdays? Yes, unequivocally, yes. You can boot him for $20. Thank you, Matthew.
So I'm trying to understand what Triple Black said that made people start saying his take was stupid. Because because he said that women, what did he say? They think with their emotions or they're led by their emotions. Are you guys saying that stereotype is untrue?
No, I'm saying it doesn't apply to this particular scenario, but it could stand for something else that it sounds like he wants to say. So maybe you need to present a question to be able to let him get that off. That's what I'm saying. So
if he's saying, because things would make you emotional in this situation. So if he laughing and giggling, if they're going out for drinks after work, I mean, there's so many things that could trigger an emotion. And then on the other side, if the lady's emotional on a given day, she could do things like what Rose said, or she could try him, especially if he lost her through cheating on her. She might go try to get them cheeks again because of emotions. So what is illogical about that is my question.
What I'm saying, what's illogical is what nigga in his right mind would know he cheated on a bitch. Now she's your boss and able to play with your money. That's dumb.
That is dumb, Q. That is dumb, but that does not mean that it takes away from him having an opportunity to better himself.
But that's not an opportunity, bro, at that point.
It's not an opportunity to you. It may be an opportunity for him because it may be a field that he's been trying to get into, that he's been working in another job. Like, we have to be realistic. That is very possible. It's not like
also be realistic too, though. Understand this. He's not the only person or only field that he can get into, right? If he wants a particular field, there's other jobs out there, and peace of mind is worth more than $30,000. And back to Alex's point, if that woman that he cheated on is super petty, he's not even going to go for the interview because why? He won't last there long anyway because she's going to find something to mess with his peace and or his money. So it doesn't make sense.
Yeah. So you guys are off base from the emotional part then, right? Because you're saying her character is to be petty, right? But if her emotions take over at any wait a second. If her emotions take over at because you're not listening.
No one said
If listen, if her emotions take over at any given point, if women are stereotypically emotional, then anything can happen. So why are we trying to act like what the man is saying is just foolish?
Because it is.
But that's the point he's making. He's not talking about the man. He's talking about the two women in a given situation because the scenario was presented to a woman.
But it's not accurate. So that's why we saying something. We not dumb here. We know what the fuck we saying and we standing on it.
That's exactly why he shouldn't even take the job then, if that's the case, is what I think what he's trying to say.
Yeah, I understand that point, but it's not mutually exclusive to his point.
We were presented with a hypothetical situation if the man took the job, right? And he was under his ex that he used to mess with, and then he has a primary girlfriend or a wife, right? What I'm saying is there's always going to be static there because women are a victim to their emotion. It's not going to be, I'm not saying that they're wrong, but you guys are a victim to your emotion. There's going to be static either from the boss or the wife, knowing that relationship. Are you guys arguing that?
Yes. And I'll say it for the third time. Yes. I was trying to answer my reason why, but I kept on being told to be quiet.
I was fucking
The reason why I'm debating
Wait. I was talking. That's why I had to tell you to be quiet. Stop victimizing yourself. Go ahead.
I am no victim. I said I couldn't
talk now.
Okay, but I'm not a victim though. I'm not a victim. So you can sit there and say stuff like that, expect me to sit there and not address it. I'm not.
Go ahead and talk.
Women are not. You gonna keep interrupting? You gonna keep interrupting though and being petty and waving?
Oh
nigga,
man,
you hot? You need a fan?
Your daddy.
So, I'm gonna come over. I'm like, ooh, you lucky I'm on live TV. Anyway, I'm ignoring this nigga in the corner. Triple black. The fact that you sat there and said women are victims to their emotions is what I was arguing against. You need to broaden your horizons who you're actually coming in contact with, because it's not like the woman that it's not a given, put it this way, it's not a given that the boss is going to be petty and be emotional and try to get at him. That's not a given. It's not a given that the wife is going to be jealous or insecure. As I already sat there and said in my example, I would not be insecure. If everything was even killed, I would not be insecure the fact that he's working for his ex. However, what I did say is there would be no interview if we knew she was a petty woman. That does not make logical sense. And we make logical decisions in my household. That's what I'm saying to you. So you can't.
Let me just ask you this question. Let me ask you this question.
Hold on, triple back. Go ahead, finish, love. Go ahead.
The argument was you cannot just start a blanket statement and say women are a victim to their emotions, because honestly, to be very honest with you, you say things and you don't listen to what's actually being stated by the people on the panel, and you just come on just windmilling and swinging at anything with these crazy arguments that are nonsensical. And I'm being serious. I want you to listen for understanding and then address one particular point that someone said, and not some argument going on in your head that only you can hear. Now, please address what I just said.
Final thought on this one.
I get your sentiment, but I also, I'm headstrong in my thing, and I get what you're saying. Like you don't like me generalizing, but as a 42-year-old man, I've seen too much to not draw conclusions and stuff. You know what I'm saying? It's just like, you know, when they say like if you keep doing the same thing over and over again, it's insane. If you keep seeing the same thing over and over and still acting the same, that's insane. Like what I'm saying is, men, we've seen this stuff play out many, many, many times, and it's been that same way. So we have to draw up broad generalizations of stuff. I'm gonna ask every woman on the panel, and you just act on your first instinct, right? Let's just say you had a boyfriend or a husband, right, that worked for a company, and his direct boss, they used to have a relationship, right? They said, you know what, we're having an office party, right? No other spouses are invited. What is your first feeling?
As I said
Go
earlier,
ahead and answer the question. What's your first feeling?
You're not
no other spouses involved.
You're not going.
That means he's going to be there with his ex. Come on, man. You tell me y'all ain't going to get triggered. All right.
Can I just say, I'm like, women be about a bag, so I don't think we're gonna let anything get in the way of our money at any point in time. If you're gonna go, that would just be me. I'm like, I'm not gonna stop that. Me as maybe the significant other, I'm like, yeah, no, get that money. But we're gonna have a conversation. If you went on that interview and you found out that it was your ex, we're gonna have a conversation about it. How did that relationship end? If I don't already know. Once we figure that out and we figure out she's probably petty, yeah, then we might have to have a conversation about that. And more than likely, I would not want you to necessarily take the job because she might be trying to play with your money. But we have to weigh the pros and cons of that too, because even her as the boss, she'd be stupid to want to play with your money too. That sounds like a lawsuit waiting to happen because I might get in my legal bag and I'm not playing with my money. So that's just me.
All right. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Triple Black got the worst setup I've ever seen. But I mean, at least we can hear him, man. Yeah, man, hit that like button, man. We gotta get the likes up. The likes should match the number of people in the building. You feel me?
Shit like that.
All right, let me share my screen real quick. Where is that? There we go. Hold on. Y'all see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
To stick together, and then at that.
You hear it?
Not yet.
It's loading.
There will come a time when black people wake up and become intellectually independent enough to think for themselves, as other humans are intellectually independent enough to think for themselves. Then the black man will think like a black man, and he will feel for other black people. And this new thinking and feeling will cause black people to stick together. And then at that point, you'll have a situation where when you attack one black man, you are attacking all black men. And this type of black thinking will cause all black people to stick together. And this type of thinking also will bring an end to the brutality inflicted upon black people by white people. And it is the only thing that will bring an end to it. No federal court, state court, or city court will bring an end to it. It's something that the black man has to bring an end to himself.
So did you guys see the Alabama boat ride?
Yes.
Yeah. So I played that. If you guys don't know, that was Malcolm X. Did you guys hear what he was saying?
Yes.
And you saw the little clips of the boat ride, the guy swimming and all that.
Mm-hmm.
They had to actually shut down the guy. Cash App shut his Cash App down. The people sending him money to get new sneakers or boots, and people just sent a ton of money, so Cash App had to like stop his account or something like that. You know what I mean? So y'all saw the whole video. I can't play it all because people been getting flagged for playing it on YouTube. But y'all saw it. Did y'all look at the different angles and whatnot?
Every single angle, multiple times.
Yeah. They were trying to act like the boy who swam across wasn't getting it in. People were trying to say that. He might have been the MVP, real shit.
Shit like that.
He slammed somebody. He almost got slammed. He was fighting.
Mm-hmm.
I think he was a young boy too. So
yeah, he was 16.
Yeah. So Miss Nay, when you first saw it, the Alabama boat ride incident, how'd you feel?
I felt proud as a coach. I said, look at that. We were sticking together. I love that. They came after that one man and everybody said, nah, not on my watch. I love that. I feel like we don't stick together enough, and that was dope.
Okay. How do you feel about how it happened, how it escalated, and what transpired?
Well, I think we needed to come together and in a sense riot. That's kind of what happened. It became like a riot, and I don't see any problem with it. they was fighting. They had to protect that one. Was it security guard? I think the one that they all attacked. I think they should have jumped in for him and saved him because there was no reason for them to attack and for him trying to save everybody and protect them. From my understanding of what I saw, and that guy was swimming across the water, like to your point, he was MVP.
Do you guys know the backstory?
Yes,
somewhat.
So just very quickly, he was a second captain, second boatsman or something.
He was the co-captain. Yeah, the co-captain.
Co-captain, that's the word. And so they were actually telling him over the intercom to move the boat. They were being belligerent, saying we're not going to move the boat. So it was actually escalated via word, verbally, before he even got off. So then a small boat came and got him to go over there and move their boat, right? So it did escalate beforehand. So it's not that he ran the dock, but he was a part of that boat that docks there every day, and people know they can't park there because that boat's coming in. However, there is no signage. So just to clarify, so yes, it was his job, kinda, but kinda wasn't too. Okay. You know, Corn, was he wrong for moving their boat?
So I guess that part I didn't get it quite clear. I thought he was a dock worker, and he did he move the boat himself?
Yeah, he got off his boat, the big I forget what those boats are called, and he moved to move their boat so they can dock there.
Okay, so he did move. He physically moved the boat.
Yeah, he started pushing it, and then they obviously came and confronted him.
Right. That part's a little sticky. I mean, like I said, he's just trying to. I guess I'm assuming he's just trying to follow the rules. He's trying, and that was what I thought initially. Now, some of that little bit of that backstory I didn't fully understand, but I would say as far as like trying to follow the rules, trying to like do the right thing, it seems like that's what he was trying to do, and I feel like obviously he was in his right to do that. So,
he was in his right to move the boat.
Yeah, I mean, if it's they're just like somebody's parked. Parking spot, right? You know what I'm saying? And I remember one time I parked at somebody's parking spot one time, and they parked behind my car, you know, and so I had to like go get them to get, you know, their car out of the way so I can go get my car out, because at the end of the day I parked in his spot. So yeah, it's his spot. You got, you know, you're gonna you know, that's what you have. That's what you got to do. So
question, good scenario. What if you came out and your car was moved?
I mean, that's where the tow truck is, right?
Well, they came out. Let's say that person got in your car, hot wired it, and moved it.
Well, then that's breaking the enter to me. I would, yeah.
Well,
no, I wouldn't like that, but
he undocked their boat and was getting ready to move it.
Now boats I don't know how I'm saying. I don't know how boats are versus cars. It's a closed. You got to break into the car, obviously, right? So that example's kind of a boat is just open, right? You just go get on the boat, you just move it. But
car, hold on, let me ask you a question. If it's your boat and you see me just moving your boat, you're gonna treat it differently than if I moved your car?
I mean, I don't have a boat, so it's hard for me to say. But
you have a car, right?
I got a car, yeah. As I'm saying, if it's my, I'm not saying I look at cars. I look at cars differently because you got to break the window. You got to and you causing damage at that point. That's the point. That's what I'm saying. I don't think he caused damage unless some more stories that I don't know about. I don't think he caused damage to move the boat over there. He just moved the boat, and they probably got mad because he just moved their boat. But there's no damage. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I'm saying that the examples is kind of.
All right. So if somebody moved your car without damage, then you would feel the same way. Or you
if
just
they move my car. I mean, I still would feel some type of way. They still had to get the door open. I don't know. It's just because it's more closed. I mean, I don't know. I would feel some type of way still. Yeah, because my car is different.
him. So to clarify, did he ask them ahead of time to move the boat?
They were arguing though. Like, move the boat. We ain't moving the boat. Move the boat. They're cussing, and then they're like, "All right, go give me a little boat. I'm gonna get over there and move it myself."
It's something he was trying to maintain order. Like, and that's what he's trying to do. He's trying to like set up a tone, like whatever the rules of the water are. I don't know, but maybe that's what he was trying to do. And to Corn's point of like a tow truck, well, you're not moving. I'm gonna move it for you. Like,
yeah, it's like a tow truck. Yeah.
He already asked. He talked to them. All right, you not listening? All right, I got you. I'm gonna move it. I don't really think
it's a rule. They did not follow the rules.
Okay. So he was justified in moving their boat, or starting to.
Yeah, in that scenario for sure, because there was a job that needed to be done. Sounds like he followed some type of protocol prior to. So
So when you saw the situation, how'd you feel?
I mean, it's like knowing how the South works, because I lived in the South since I was young, you know, between there and Connecticut. I was proud that, you know, these black folks weren't allowing that white dominance that exists down there. You know what I mean? Like just seeing him getting jumped and being like, well, let's just all be safe. Let's all play it safe. You know what I mean? Like I never really seen shit like that down south. Like they be still yes ma'am and no ma'am and no sir and white people, which is wild to me.
Okay. So Alex, what if the situation was reversed? Do you think you would have felt the same way?
I mean, adding all that context into it, I thought it was just a situation where they're waiting on the steamboat. I didn't know all the extra layers that you added onto it. But I mean, if I've asked you several times, like, color aside, it was a situation where you fuck around and you found out. Like, y'all thought y'all were going to come off the boat, fight me, and then add extra people in there, and then you were surprised and shocked when I had backup come into place. So I just take that out of, if we're just saying situation reverse. Like, you fucked around and you found out. You never know who people are with. You never fucking know. You never know who's going to come out the woodwork. So if you tried, if you want to, it was the right day.
Okay. You would have jumped in?
I feel like, I don't know. It depends on the vibe. Like, I feel like if a one-on-one fight, I'm minding my business. Y'all do what y'all got to do. But in a situation like that, I don't know if I would have necessarily jumped in, but I would have tried to do something to stop it. Whether I get some help, maybe I would have tossed it and not picking up no chair. But you got to test the situation. Because me, I would have been thinking, oh my God, like, you could throw me in the water. What if I fall and hit my head? Like, my mind would be on situations like that. But I'm not about to just stand there and, like, scream.
How you would have threw the chair?
That's how I said. I don't know if I would have threw the chair. Maybe not
as soon as those women got involved in the men fighting, it was time to step up.
Yeah.
Bottom line, it was time for us as women to step up, and that's what happened.
You would have been thumping, bro?
Every single one of them would have been in the water.
Wow.
You hit the fucking movement.
Where would the $5 super?
Oh, I'm sorry. Want me to read it?
I know you can't see super chats, bro. Don't worry about it.
Yes, I can.
Where would the $5 super chat? Ladies, do you condone men physically assaulting women in this situation? If so, why?
No. What happened was, just like we tell, and I tell my daughter, you can't fight your brother because he's stronger than you. You should not be involved in men fighting. When those two white women got involved, where they was pushing the black men and then they started kicking them, yeah, it was time to go. It was time for us to come in and handle the women.
But answer his question, bro.
No, not in that situation. That's why the women in the area took their positions and handled the white women that were kicking him.
So you saying the black guys shouldn't have hit the white women?
Absolutely not. That's why he was the one with the chair, particularly the one with the chair. Absolutely not. He should have not hit that lady with that chair. No.
To answer Will's question, yes, in this situation, because if a woman's gonna put you in a position to end up dead, and she's getting involved. I mean, from what I saw, it was like the women were getting involved to the point of allowing the men to do more damage to the guy who was getting jumped. So, yeah, if you got to step up and defend somebody in that situation, and a lot of times, you know, women try to fight too. You know, fuck around and find out. You hit, you're gonna get hit. So, stay in your place.
Yeah, they jumped in for a reason.
Stay over there and just scream. Just do a good job of screaming.
Yeah, shit like that. Yeah, my signal went out a little bit. Did you? I don't know if the question get answered. You said the situation was reversed, right?
Yeah.
Did anybody answer that? I'm sorry, I didn't get to that.
No, Alex didn't really answer.
Oh, okay. So
yes, she did.
So yeah, so you saying basically
she didn't really say. She said what she would do in that situation.
So I answered your question.
Huh?
So I answered your question.
So yeah, basically, it's like if that was a white person, right, trying to
Yeah, that's what I was
and then
asking. If the roles
and
were
then
reversed, if it was white people,
and then a bunch of
on,
white people start coming in beating up, trying to
yeah, if it
defend
was
this white
opposite,
guy.
will we
Yeah.
have the same sentiment? That's what I was asking, Alex. But go ahead.
Can you read the super chat? Read the super chat.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead. Go ahead, Corn.
Oh, I was gonna say in that situation, if the situation was reversed, I don't think I would look at it the same. I don't even think we'd probably be talking about it. We probably would find some kind of way to like. This is just me personally. I just think Black people would probably find some way to like find a way we can be victimized in that situation. That's just me. I just think that would be the case if it was a bunch of white people jumping in. It basically would just turn into a race riot or a race thing going on. But there's some white people beating up them Black folks. That's what I feel like it would have. Because actually, if it was only like maybe 2 or 3 Black people and all the white people came in all of a sudden and was fighting them, and the numbers was outnumbered just like it was, I think we would have found some way to like, they all white people all need to go to jail. You know what I'm saying? We definitely wouldn't have been rooting it on like we would have. It would probably been more like the white people.
So you don't think that we would have said they were justified?
No, I don't think so. I think we would have looked at it like they all need to go to jail, and we pulling up the information about all these folks need to go to jail. You know, so that is how I would look at it.
I disagree with Corn's sentiments. I don't think that we would. Well, me personally, I wouldn't have felt that they weren't justified. But I would not have the same sense of pride either. So yeah, but they definitely would be justified. Like if a bunch of niggas was jumping a white boy and then white niggas jumped up to defend him, that's justifiable. Because they out of order. Like what the fuck is you know what I mean?
Okay.
That's just human though. That's us being human. But yeah, to be like proud, like, white boy in the South finally stood up. Like, no, I'm not gonna be proud like I was for the niggas.
Mm-hmm. But Corn saying we would have cried racism. You don't think so?
Nah, because it would be obvious. One white guy was fighting one black guy, and then a bunch of niggas came to jump the white guy who was already losing. That's justifiable that some white niggas swam across the motherfucking water to defend him.
It's justifiable, but I think we would have used race as a part of it because it would have been way more arrests, way more protests going on, and then we would have been like, "Oh my God, no, that didn't happen. We got arrested." So it would have been some race wars. I think so. I get what Corn was saying. I think it'd be more race wars going on with that.
We'd be like, "Oh no, they should have jumped him like that. They should have given him a chance."
Well, no. What would be the justification for calling race though? If it was reversed, right? So the same amount of white people also got arrested for jumping in as the amount of black people. So everything is flipped around. You're saying, right?
Yeah, everything is flipped.
So Miss Nay, where would that be justified to call the race card?
I didn't know that a whole bunch of them were arrested like that, but I feel like we probably would have been the ones that had way more arrests going on. We would have had way more officers. From what I saw the officers look like they were taking pictures and videos. I think that it would have went way different with us. We would have had some white officers out there with the battalions and ready to pull a trigger, and it would have just escalated even further if it was a whole bunch of black people on a white person. And then we would have probably wanted to protest and say this is racism. That's what I think.
Okay, so allow Hamp to clarify. So Hamp, with the cops changing this scenario, the color of the cops.
Yeah, everything changes, so it flips. So as opposed to all those black cops, it's white cops, and it was 5 black guys jumping one white dude who was trying to essentially do his job. That's most people's sentiment, and then white people came to defend that one white dude.
Right. So then it will.
Yeah, I mean,
it will be.
Let me just say something.
Cops. It will be white cops arresting white people, right?
Yeah, just like you saw. However,
hey, where would that be justified to call the race card?
Well, here's what else happened though. You remember the gentleman that was hitting with the chair, the older guy? He got called in for questioning. He didn't actually get arrested. The white boys actually got arrested.
Okay.
So all that flips.
So the guy, if you were to change the scenario, the guy that got beat up, that got jumped, if he was white, he would have been considered a racist for moving that boat. And he's not actually even considered, because the thing about it is He would have been. Yeah, he would have. If it was a white dude that did what he did, that white dude would definitely be considered a racist, right or wrong.
Go ahead, love.
Wrong.
Let
me read the super chat. I've been trying to read this for 5 minutes. Thank you, Matthew.
So answer the question. Answer the question. If
you got to read the super chat.
If the guy that moved the
boat,
Black,
would he
Black,
be
this our
considered
show.
racist?
Hold up. This our show. We read super chat. Triple Black.
Chill out.
Thank you, Matthew Pearson, for the $2 super chat. Dude couldn't fight. Glad he got the help. Thank you, Matthew Pearson. And sorry I got interrupted with your super chat a couple times by Triple Black.
Thanks, Matt. And Matt, you ain't lying. When he threw his hat up, I thought he was gonna go crazy. That nigga got
put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here.
He was old. He was 65 and out of shape and overweight. So.
He threw the hat like
hilarious.
He
I ain't gonna hold you.
Bobby
Smart on them folks.
So, what say you about Triple Black? What Triple Black said?
Absolutely not. It doesn't make any sense, and I just have to laugh. It makes literally no sense what he said. There's no way we could.
Oh, my bad. Go ahead.
There's no way we could cry racism, or that we would cry racism, if a white man, if it happened the same exact way, if the black man's boat was blocking the steamboat or riverboat, and the exchange happened the same exact way, and the white coat captain came and moved the boat, there is no reason to cry racism. He was doing his job. There's no reason. So I'm addressing Triple Black. That's not racism if you're doing your job. And I said in the beginning to you, move your boat, please move your boat. And it got escalated and you wouldn't move it because now you're jeopardizing my job. I'm coming out the boat as a white man to move this black people's boat. So what? That's not racism.
But we would say that.
Your job.
Well,
we would say that though. We'd be like, "Oh, so you're gonna move the black man boat, though. You're gonna move the black man boat." We would have do all of that.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, that's what I was getting ready to say.
You think it would have been like we would have called white privilege?
Would we have said white privilege?
Yeah, because he thinks he could just go move the boat.
Because he moved the boat. That's what I think we would have said, and we would. I feel like we would have like, okay, so he moved the boat, so he feel like he could do that because he's a white man. But if it would have been me, it would have been a problem. It's a problem when they do it.
That's what it would have sounded like.
You might let it stay there.
Nate's right.
Nate, how they say it, Nate?
It's a problem when I do it. Fuck it. Like, that's what it would have been.
Shit like that.
But looking at the same exact way, how could we realistically shout racism if it literally happened the same exact way? He said to him in the beginning, the white man said to the black pontoon people, please move your boat. You're in the way. You're blocking the steam ship or whatever it's called. You're blocking it. They had an exchange of words. The black people are refusing to move. How are we considering that white privilege? And I'm not capping for these white people. Like, I don't even want to be in this position.
That would have been us. Like today's us as black people would have been like, oh, it's because I'm black.
Yep, exactly. We do it all the time.
We need to stop doing that.
We do it all the time.
We need to stop because it's discounting it when it really does happen.
Yeah,
and that's the danger in doing it. That's all.
We don't disagree. We don't disagree, but you agree then?
Yeah.
I Asia would not sit there and say that was white privilege. I wouldn't. I'm serious. I would not say that's white privilege because
I'm gonna move my boat, but yeah.
Because what's happening is me and Love are having an issue attaching ourselves to the words we. That's what I think was happening. Me, myself, personally, I would not be saying that. But y'all talking about niggas in general. So yes, them niggas would be saying
in general.
Now
that's what we
I would move my boat. Most black people do that.
Here's what throw me off. Cause we when they was whooping ass. I was proud. I was happy. We was rocking. Niggas was banded together. So stay on the wee boat.
No, we not. Cause I only stick with
you. Can't hop off and on the wee boat.
That makes sense. And that made sense. That dumb shit of pulling the race card out of nowhere doesn't make sense.
It doesn't.
So it ain't no keep that same energy.
But it's what we're saying is most black people will do that though.
Right. So
you may not do it. I may not do that, but most black people are going to do that.
Y'all was losing us with y'all's words. Y'all usage of the word we as black people would be saying. And I think like we can see y'all point, but we're like, no, we wouldn't be saying that shit. So we're just clarifying that. And it sounds
like we except for me. But yeah.
Huh?
No.
You said we, but except for me though, not me though.
Yeah, no, I wouldn't be saying that shit.
This was a prime example of. This was an example of cause and effect, and it just so happened to be right because the individual was trying to do his job. Certain individuals didn't want to do that. They hopped off the boat and they jumped this man. It just so happened that it was a group of white men who jumped this black man, and the black people just so happened to be across the way and said, "Nah, we're hopping in." So what I was gonna ask was, let's just say it was maybe changing up the scenario a little bit, right? If you see the situation go down and you see someone getting jumped, right, and they're getting their ass beat and it's unfair, it's 1-on-7, are you hopping in? Doesn't matter the race, but are you hopping in?
If it's men, no. If it's men, no.
If it's women or children, yes.
Correct.
If you see black people beating up a white woman,
yes.
Or the elderly.
So if it's a white man getting dog walked, you're not jumping in.
I'm not jumping in with men being involved fighting. Absolutely not. I'm not jumping in.
So the white woman getting dog walked by a bunch of black women, you're not jumping in, right?
Yeah, I'm gonna jump in and tell them like they need to stop.
I'll walk real slow.
Wow.
Okay, so y'all would jump in then if you see something unfair happening, regardless of race. You're gonna intervene.
I stand for justice and righteousness.
Yeah.
Corn, you jumping in?
If I see a bunch of black guys beating up a white guy, I'll stop them. I'll at least stop them. I may not fight them unless they start fighting me, but I would at least try to pull them off of them. Yeah, for sure.
So you'd be like, "Yo, y'all chill."
Yeah, for sure.
But now, if it's opposite,
I'm actually looking out for them because I don't want them to go to jail. So yeah.
Okay. So would now opposite? Are you throwing punches?
If I see, I'm throwing punches. I ain't gonna hold you.
like that.
I'm throwing punches. I'm picking something up, knocking somebody upside the head with it. Yeah, I'm doing something.
Okay. Triple Black, can you hear me?
Yeah,
I hear you.
You intervening? You would have jumped in on the Alabama boat fight?
I mean, no, that particular one, I probably wouldn't have done it. But if I see like something like random like that, and there's a whole bunch of young black dudes beating up a white dude and stuff like that, I would definitely intervene. But I would be almost like man, y'all don't know what y'all gonna get yourself into. I would almost be like the voice of reason, like, get them off that way. It's not like I'm going to be like, fighting them back, but because the thing about it is like those type of instances can have a effect on them for the rest of their life. You know what I'm saying? I would like try to be the voice of reason, but I would try to do it to where I would minimize the damage that they do to themselves.
How? When you even getting the words out? Because the way they was fighting, you have no time to be like, "Hey, stop fighting, guys." How you even gonna do that?
No. I was saying in that particular instance, I would have never jumped in there. But if it would have been a random situation where I seen a whole bunch of black dudes beating up a white guy, I would probably try to be the voice of reason and try to get them. I would try to get them to stop so they wouldn't go too far to where they're doing something that would affect them for the rest of their life.
So that's
we're not really listening to you.
I'm sorry, I have a question. You said.
What do you mean you're not really listening?
You said you would not jump in that situation if it started with the white people jumping the black dude, but you would jump in and be a voice of reason if a bunch
because that fight was kind of chaos. There were fights going on all over the place. Well, I'm talking about like in a situation to where if you seen like a group of black dudes jumping a white guy, right, and they're just jumping the white guy, beating the shit out of him. Yeah, if it wasn't like just like a brawl or you had multiple fights and shit like that, I'll just stay out of the way. But if you saw like say for instance, you seen downtown, you seen a group of black dudes beating up a white dude, like beating the hell out of him, I would probably jump in and try to get them away from that, because what if that white dude dies? What if something happens to him? All of them are going to be fucked up for the rest of their life.
So if nobody jumped in for the black dude who was getting beat up by the white people, you wouldn't do anything?
No, I mean, of course. I mean, you're asking. Okay, if I seen a black dude getting his ass whooped by a whole bunch of white dudes, of course I'm going to jump in and do whatever it takes.
Okay.
What Hamp answered the question is, if you saw the other thing where you seen a bunch of black dudes like mollywopping a white dude, just fucking mollywopping them, just taking turns on them. I think I would jump in, you know what I'm saying? Not like to be combative towards them. I would try to stop it because there's consequences and repercussions when it comes to that shit. If you beat that guy down too bad, you're gonna be fucked. All you guys are gonna be fucked up. You know what I'm saying? I would try to be the voice of reason.
What's gonna happen to the bunch? What happens to the bunch of white people jumping the black dude? What happens there?
What do you? Okay. You asked me if there was a bunch of white dudes jumping a black dude, would I jump in? Is that what you're asking me? Let's be clear about it. I said yes.
Okay. Because at first you didn't say that. You said that situation, I wouldn't have done anything. You said, but then
no, that particular Montgomery situation where there was all out brawl, like spring break, just like spring break, where there's a bunch of people fighting all over the damn place. I would steer clear of that. That that was just a goddamn free for all. Everybody was fighting. It wasn't just one on one. It was just this nigga scared. You saw a whole bunch of different fights, right?
We saw a bunch of fights because the white people kept
trying to brawl. You saw a big melee.
Huh?
You saw a big melee.
This nigga scared.
Get him.
Saw a melee because it started with 5 white dudes trying to jump a black employee.
But he's saying in that scenario, it was a melee. He not gonna jump in the melee.
Okay, well, clarify, because we all said that we would jump in if there was some injustice going on.
No, so they asked you the same question. They asked you if you saw a white chick getting beat down by a whole bunch of black chicks, would you jump in?
And I said yes. I said I would go in and I have get them and have to tell them.
All right, y'all beating the hell out of that horse.
I just want clarification.
If it was black on black, let's say there was a black dude just getting jumped, y'all just gonna let it ride, you think, by other black people?
No.
Okay. Hey, shout out to Mike Brown, man. He gifted a whole bunch of memberships to the chat, man.
Shit like that. Shit like that.
Hey, Mike, man, you the GOAT, man. Real shit. Damn, man, this shit is interesting. B, what's popping?
Hello, sir. Good evening. How are you?
What's shaking?
Hey, who said hey? Oh, hey, Alex. How are you?
Good.
Hey, B. You going for your midnight walk or something?
Yeah, he going for an evening stroll.
All right. B is late. Y'all giving him too much motherfucking attention. Damn, man. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend, tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. It helps the channel the most. Damn. Okay. All right. So, the softest society in history. I feel like the Alabama boat ride came just in time. That's why I switched the topic. With that situation, do you feel like we're gonna perpetuate that type of energy? Or we're gonna go back to doing what we always done? Let niggas rob, steal, and kill, not telling nobody. Let people do bad. Because we know who the killers are in the hood. We know who's selling drugs. We know who this and the third. I just wonder, are we going to band together in other ways and start cleaning up our neighborhoods too? Because you look at what Malcolm said. He said the police ain't going to do it. We got to do it. So you think this is going to help us, launch us into something? Or this is just going to be another news story of a bunch of niggas fighting and getting a small win in the bigger picture?
I don't think so, because again, this is an isolated situation, and again, for me personally, the pride came in it being Black people in the South doing something different that you don't usually see against white people in the South. You know, that was what I took from that. But I don't really see it being like, all right, so now that we did this, let's start doing this, because that's a work in progress. You know what I mean? Like, that's a whole mindset issue. And then, not to mention, people understanding what's really going on in their communities is another part of it. So education plays a big part in that. You know, you're saying like, well, we know who the killers are, we know who the drug dealers are. Well, how the fuck the drugs get in the hood? You know, who else is popping off shots and killing us? So we have to be realistic about all those things too, and not just think everything is this cliche, fresh off the news, pre-designed story or concept that it's all black on black crime, because that's not true either.
Well, what do you in a black part of town or in a black community, like in a?
I don't personally believe it's all black people killing black people. I think that's a narrative.
Well, people of the same race kill each other at high percentages, regardless of color, because it's based on proximity.
Okay.
So, but it's still black people killing black people, but they kill other black people or rob other black people because that's what they live around.
But the reasoning for that is, to me, is way deeper. It's some other shit going on, and I think we need to be educated on those things.
So you're excusing the bad behavior?
No, I'm not.
You're saying that it's something else is the reason why it's happening?
I'm saying like this, right? We know that black children don't test as well as white children in schools. I'm saying there's a reason for that, right?
Yeah,
and I'm not
involved. That's what it is.
What's that?
Parents are not involved. I mean, that's just it.
But parents don't have to be involved for standardized tests. Those standardized tests have nothing to do with parents being involved.
It does. It does. It goes into what we're feeding them. It goes into how we're preparing them to take the test, whether we're teaching them about meditation and balancing themselves out, rest, as well as what we're feeding them. That does. That has a lot to do with how we are preparing them.
But work that back into what I was asking you.
Right. So again, the stuff that we're feeding them and all the stuff that we're not giving them, there's a root to all that, right? When we even think about something like religion, who fed religion to the black community? All that shit starts that ain't got shit to do with black people.
Well, it already existed on the continent.
Like I said, all that shit existed that ain't got shit to do with black people.
Well, you said something. I just wanted to clarify it because you're using it as an example. I'm just telling you that religion and culture existed on the continent.
Right. So you guys have a different understanding than what I have, right? So you guys think that black people are the root of black people's problems. And I don't believe that. I believe we can be the solution, but I don't think that we're the root of them.
I think we're the cause of where we are. I said this before. We keep voting the same type of people in these congressional seats. We keep sitting in situations, blaming the school district, blaming everybody else but ourselves. I'm a PTSA president. I don't have not one parent sign up. I had a parent say they were advised that their student wasn't going to graduate because they didn't have enough community service hours. You know what she said? He can come back next year. Well, guess what? The law is in Maryland. You ain't got to graduate. You don't have to come back to school when you're 17. That type of conversation and that type of rhetoric is common.
And I'm saying, Ro, that comes from something deeper than just the surface level that you understand and see it as. Right? It's not like some ignorant bitch having a dumb conversation with you. It's deeper than that.
It's really not, because if somebody's educating you and telling you, ma'am, your child needs this and this to graduate, and you say, nah, he gotta work, he can come back next year. He don't have to come back next year.
So that sounds like she's less educated. Yeah, but I was gonna say that sounds like she's less educated.
Because it sounds more like generational curses than it sounds like she's just a dumb bitch who's just working against her kid for
I didn't even say she was a dumb bitch. What I'm saying is we can only rely so much heavily on generational curses when you are being told that this is the option. The generational curse continues when you just say, don't worry about it, he can come back next year. And that's the same type of mentality that is holding us to situations where we keep talking about we can't get out of.
So, Ro, how do you fix something that you don't understand exists, right? So if I say it could be a generational curse, and then somebody identifies with that as, oh, maybe there's something deeper going on, and they start to research that, can they not come out of that situation a little bit easier?
They can, but when you're giving them the information and they're persistent on how they want it to go, and that's it, that's you're making that decision to stay in that position. We can't go on and blame it. We can say that it has been set up for us. Just like any other situation I've said before, we can be in environments where we were dirt poor, but there are people that get out of those situations either based off their ambition or their ability to want to get out and have better. Some of them don't, because that's just the life that's the environment they grew up in.
But that's knowledge of self. Again, people forget where they come from. So when you see these people with that level of success, there was a root or a start to that. There was a catalyst that people don't speak about. It's just like when rich people tell you, oh, I just put this equation with this equation and then I got money. It's deeper than that. You know what I mean? Like, nobody really talks about the process to get there. So
Well,
I'm saying
Q,
to you, I don't. Go ahead, Ham.
Well, what throws it off is though you're almost exonerating the people that are selling drugs and perpetuating negativity because they didn't bring the drugs there in the first place. But it doesn't negate the fact that they still selling them and killing people and hurting people and destroying families.
And how many of those people have knowledge of self? So you're negating what I'm saying.
No, I didn't negate what you're saying. I'm just that initial point.
Right, but that's not it. That's
You're
not
giving them a way out because you're saying the drugs got there somehow, and that's what we need to uncover before we do anything about it. When the truth is, we need to do better, regardless of where those drugs come from. No,
I said we're the solution, right? But part of that is understanding where you come from. We can't just be like, y'all stop selling drugs, do better in school, and then just expect it to happen. Why are those drugs there?
Well, why
what is
can't
really
we do
going on? What's the agenda that's being placed against you to actually set you up?
But then don't I'm sorry. I was gonna say, don't you have a choice to say, okay, I want to sell drugs or I don't want to sell drugs? I don't think it's because somebody's putting it there. Okay, so they're putting it there. That's like somebody showing you drugs to use. If you have a choice to say, I want to actually use drugs or not. So I don't think that it has any. I'm not saying it doesn't have anything to do with the fact that anybody put it there. Yes, we know it may not have been put there by us, but we have a decision and a choice to say, I don't want to be a seller of those drugs. I don't want to be a user of those drugs. I don't think it has any, like, I hear what you're saying, but I disagree.
But Ms. Nay, if you're saying I choose to be a user of drugs, usually wouldn't the premise for that be some type of trauma, rejection, trying to fit in? You get what I'm saying? There's a root reason for that. Nobody just wakes up and says, hey, today I want to do drugs.
I mean, you're right.
That's
it's based off your
that part is true.
It's based off your environment and what you're in, right? We'll use Jay-Z for example. He, allegedly sold drugs, right? And then he was in these environments with people like Lear Cohen, and they just started teaching him about business. And so now he's changed because the alleged drug selling only gets you to a certain point from what he acknowledges, right? So my thing is, when do people make a decision to change their environment? Because even when people are in those environments of change, they sometimes don't want to accept the fact that it's time to change.
Right, because they're dealing with people who speak, no disrespect, like people like y'all that speak to them from a very basic place, like just do this and don't do this. That doesn't resonate.
But I think it's a matter of going back to what wrote her example earlier. I think there's choices and I think there's priorities, right? For the mom, her child needing to work so that she can help put food on the table, that was her priority at the moment, but she had a choice, right? And for some people, the education is the priority. And then for some people, her child making that extra money is the priority. So I think that's a bigger conversation. There's priorities, and then with your priorities, there comes a choice. I think when it comes to the system of, yes, we are not in control of the families that we went ahead and we were born into or the situations. But as we get older, we have the choice to want to do something different. Now, some people are a little bit more easy influenced than others, but I think as Black people, there comes a point in time where we have to make the choice to want to do better. We have to figure out what our priorities are. If we're in a neighborhood and we know there's a neighborhood dealer or someone who's been shooting people, when the police come or when there is an opportunity for justice, are we sitting back and not saying anything? Oh, no snitching and getting them off the street? Or are we being quiet? We have a choice. What is your priority? Is your priority getting them off the street so that the rest of the neighborhood can be better?
All right, I wanted to hear what AFR and Triple Black had to say, but Matt done kicked off both of them. What the fuck the American First Rifleman even do?
Because he made his face. He went like this to the. He did like this. He got irritated, I think.
Yo, AFR, I just literally say AFR, click the link on purpose.
Oh shit!
So I wanted to hear what he had to say on the damn topic. And what the fuck did Triple Black do?
Well, here's what I did. It's because I'm well known for not accepting Negro stalling tactics and excuses that comedian was spewing. Ro was on it, okay? I'm the young lady. I'm sorry, young lady. I'm old man with the very, very beautiful hair. I didn't even catch her name. She was correct, okay? And we need to stop this, or we need to just tell them to stop doing A, B, and C. It is that simple, because you know why? The proof is in the pudding with everybody else. Just like them Asians put in 10, 20, 30% of what they make a year.
Damn, man. I want to hear what the fuck American Rifle had to say. I literally sent him the link, Matt.
Well, 20 more dollars getting back on here. Now,
Yo,
back to what we was talking
AFR, just stay right there, man. Somebody gonna bail you out.
Or not.
I know it, man. This is good. Look at AFR, look at 777. He love it, man. You see him? Oh my god, man. Damn. All right. Did y'all want to keep going on this one?
Yeah.
So I was gonna say something.
To his supposed point. If it's just that simple, why the fuck we are where we are right now? Just telling people not to do shit and to do shit.
Right.
Because of our leadership.
Yeah, the leadership doesn't tell you not to do it. If you hear the Al Sharptons of the world who were leading, that's what they perpetuate, and they would say things similar to how you open up your statement.
Right, but that's part of the problem. If you're fucking following Al Sharpton, then
No, we're talking about the people who have voices.
Our congressional black leaders, they don't pass any laws. They don't pass any laws, you guys, because nobody says anything to them. They just sit there and they go to their conferences and their conventions and they talk a good talk.
They're not really considered leadership anymore. I think they're antiquated. Honestly, I don't even think that they're looked at leadership anymore. So we can't even look at them and say, because the leadership, if you're looking at them, they're not the leadership.
But love, they are the leadership that represent us in Congress to pass laws. So
Al Sharpton does not
represent. I'm not talking about Al Sharpton. I'm talking about Congressional Black Caucus. Those are your representatives, whether they're Democrats or Republicans or Independents. Those are the ones that sign in the laws. Those are the ones that are making things happen or not happen.
Mike Brown brought AFR back, man.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Yeah, I use to see, and that's one of them tactics that you never get through a conversation, because we mentioned Al Sharpton. We're gonna stick on the Al Sharpton point. The point was, who did we believe in yesteryear? It's been these churches, it's been these pastors. Yeah. And these are the results we've been getting. So I use Al because he's been leading for a long time and we haven't been getting great results. Oh shit, AFR got something in the kitty too. AFR Gunny sent you another 20 ball. He said, let's get Luke Gossip Jr., Steve Harvey back on here.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Wow. The truth is gonna come out whether we want it or not. You know, sometimes people gotta hold us down and drip it into our eyes while we scream. But guess what? Here's the deal. Y'all ladies are already on it. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, we choose who we want to represent us. We have control. The thing about it is Black Americans have control over so much. Okay. So when people start going to this conspiracy theory of they bought in the drugs, they bought in the guns, you know, like you'll hear stuff like they're kind of like he was kind of going down that path, like, and I've heard it a million times. Oh, you know, we're not all killing each other. You know, there's people like disguising themselves and they're just shooting Black people to make it look like we're doing it. Or they'll say, you know, miraculously, all these young Black boys found all these brand new shiny gun toys in a box somewhere in the hood, and they started killing each other. And it's just like, no, they came from low-seated, single parent-led households, and they went out and did what they were programmed to do. You can't blame the white man for that, okay? Because guess what? we had the choice to make sure our family stayed together. Our leadership class made sure we did, and we followed suit. That's it. Now there's people realizing where we are and where we messed up. And now people are talking about forming families, getting their kids out of these failing schools and institutions. Unfortunately, most of us still vote Democrat that are against that stuff, but still people are waking up in fits and starts. And that's where we got to kind of focus on, because our priorities, the thing about it is like priorities. What are your priorities? Like your neighbor, the people you live around that are Black. If you don't know what their priorities are, if you aren't, getting together, you don't care about the community. You know what I'm saying? Because at the end of the day, you're either gonna start making synergy with other Black folks in where you live, or you need to go, because you're risking your kid, you're risking your physical safety, you're risking your wealth. And I'm not trying to be that dude, oh, Black community, get the hell out. But it's just like, you're actually risking and wasting your time if you're not even going to be there and try to build it back up.
Right, but y'all are part of the problem, because y'all say this basic dumb shit that doesn't resonate with nobody. You're not able to have an impact, right? So if you're not able to empathize with your own people and start at the root or the core of that issue, and you're just saying, because I said this, just wake up one day and make a new decision off of nothing, none of that makes sense.
Okay, well, I'll give you an example.
Hold on. Yeah, bro, before you start up, let me just read the super chat real quick. And I got to get Corn into Corn wanted to comment. Sway what's popping? Okay. Sway, what's popping with the $5 super chat? The only difference between a superhero and a villain is choice. They both have a traumatic backstory. It's how they reflect on that trauma. Sway with the $2 super chat. LOL, you want us to help the villain and not the hero? Mike Brown with the $2 super chat. Put Gunny in the bathroom for not being a member.
Put him in the fucking bathroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Hell yeah. All right, AFR, be concise with this point so I can get these two in on this one, and I want to transition to topics. I know Q got to respond. Go ahead, do you think?
There's an example. I think it was the state of Indiana about almost 15 years ago. There was a school district. I don't know if it was Indianapolis, but it was probably a larger school district that was predominantly Black. And they went off about underfunding of schools, everything that Black parents and academics were saying that white people weren't funding or weren't doing. The white man wasn't doing this. The white man said, we did a bond or something, came up with hundreds of millions of dollars, built brand new facilities, state of the art, more teachers, swimming pools, every amenity a child needs in a learning environment. And guess where them test scores are at today, or how they stayed? Down in the damn gutter. Because you know why? The parents did not prioritize the children's education. If you have all the material accoutrements and you still have the same results, please tell me, and Q, please answer this. How can you explain that?
I'm sorry, I don't fuck with none of y'all saying. I fuck with my people the long way, and I think we some of the most brightest, intelligent motherfuckers on the face of this planet. It just sounds like y'all really don't believe in your own people, and I think that there are deeper rooted issues that start all this shit, this whole mindset, that whole concept. I think there's something deeper there than to just like where you guys are is part of that process, right? You guys are like ahead of it. I'm saying let's go back a little bit so that we can get some of the stuff that you guys are saying incorporated into the community to be able to move forward. So I think we're having two different conversations, because you guys are just like, well, it's really just this simple. If we all go to a meeting and say parents get involved and come to the meetings and you don't show up, then that's the problem. But there's a reason they're not showing up. And I'm saying we need to get to that and figure that out so that we can get them to that point of being able to show up at the actual fucking meeting. And I'm just saying, you guys.
It starts with one, though. When you get one to show up, then you band together. It's kind of like what Malcolm X was saying. When one person start, then you get everybody to join in together. I get what you're saying as far as like we don't understand what the reason is and going back to the root cause. And I totally get what you were saying about we brought certain things in there. But again, we have a choice. So a lot of times, we are choosing not to go to these parent-teacher conferences. We are choosing not to invest in our children's education. There are some of us that really do. You know me, I'm very strong in investing in children.
But let me ask you this. If you're saying that, Ms. Nay, why? Why do you choose to go to the
Because I give a goddamn about education.
And why do you give a goddamn about education?
Because I know that my education will get me further along in the future.
And how do you know that?
I was taught that.
And how
And
were you taught that?
also because I look
No,
at
I
what
gotta
I
get
had down in my
Carmen.
history of drug dealers and all the other stuff.
Okay.
I didn't want to lead with that. I didn't want that. So I had a choice to do better.
So based on knowledge, some type of knowledge that you had, it helped you to make better decisions. That's what I'm saying.
But I did read that about choice.
She
Go
didn't
ahead, choice.
perpetuate her
So
circumstances.
let me just jump in right quick. Let me
There's
jump in
always
right
going
quick.
to be a start to it.
So
It's not just like
I
you wake up
agree.
and wanna do it.
So as far as the Montgomery, so I'm kind of go back to the original question a little bit. Do I feel like the Montgomery situation helped in a way? I feel like it did a little bit. I feel like it can actually spark something. So I kind of go along with a little bit of that. So I feel like it can spark something different where we can step up for our neighborhoods. I do feel like because certain neighborhoods are probably used to a certain way of culture and certain way, okay, this is how it is, this is what it's gonna be. I feel like with people coming in, caring about their neighborhood, people caring about how their house looks, of course, because it brings up the property value. I feel like all of that can help in a sense if we are the ones that's actually coming to the neighborhoods that's got the money. And let me just give an example of just Southeast DC, for instance. That's the area that I know that a lot of people are starting to move into. So certain areas, yes, it's still bad in certain areas, but some areas are developing and changing for the better. And you do have programs like DC Dream Center I'm a part of, that's in the Southeast area as well, that goes in and helps mentor young Black kids in that area so they can become self-sustaining adults. So I feel like, yes, we're slowly getting there where we're trying to slowly bring in programs, but they're all white people too that are part of these programs that are helping us out too. So we can't say like they're the enemy, obviously, because they're the ones that's creating and funding these programs that helps us as well, but we have to step up too, right? And so that's why I was kind of, getting to the gentrification part. That definitely helps. My area, I live in Southern Maryland. All my neighbors are Black. You know what I mean? We all ride for each other. We all looking out for each other. Okay, you need your grass cut, I got you. Let me watch your dog. Like we help each other, you know what I mean? But we're all Black out here. So I feel like that can, especially down south, for instance. Up north is one thing. We kind of a little bit more further along to me than it is down south when it comes to like helping people out like that. And I lived in Kansas for years. It was very ignorant. So it's a different area out here in the up north area. But down south, I feel like this can help. This can help start something.
I'm sorry. I want
Hold on. I gotta get love in. Go ahead.
Oh, child, this is a 20-minute statement, but I was trying to tie back to the beginning like Corn did. I have a question for him, but I'll do that later. It has energized the Black collective. What happened in Montgomery on Sunday or Saturday? It happened Saturday. We saw it on Sunday. Absolutely energized us. However, I don't think it's enough to create definitive change now. And I believe it is going to need a lot more than that one isolated incident for it to affect change in the community. I think I am a belief of each one teach one. Like we all impact that. We all create community within our community, within our small circumference of people. So within my neighborhood, I talk to my neighbors. We have a neighborhood watch. Even the crackheads that live over there, I say hi to them. And I really do. You don't know. I'm serious. I do. I say hi to them. They say hi, ma'am.
No,
they see me cleaning up my yard. I see them when they see me clean up my yard, they come and help me.
Mm-hmm. You know them by name.
It does happen. And so that's why my part, even though I live in a certain neighborhood, is a little bit better than the other ones down the street. I literally do these things. Am I going to change the world? I believe if we all did that in our own circles, and that would impact change. But I do believe it's more than just sitting there saying to the parents, come to a meeting. You need to come to a meeting. Because if they, like Alex said, it was a priority versus a need. The priority is feeding your kids and going to work and having 2-3 jobs because you live in an area that's high, very expensive, versus what needs to be done is your kid going to school. And so it's a lot bigger than black and white. It's very complex, but we do what we need to do. And I want to keep it very concise. We can move on.
Yeah, I think Love, I think you're more speaking about tribalism.
I think
I'll take that.
And probably the most palatable out of everything everybody on the panel said so far.
Well, Q, I wanted to attack one of your points because the motherfuckers do a lot of talking, but there ain't a lot of action, right? So, like me, I can name a bunch of stuff in terms of action where people are perpetuating and effectuating change, like what Corn says. Corn does a lot also. So we do these things, but we can still say what we're saying and be right. But you also have to put some pain in too. You know.
I have a question for Corn real quick. Did you say Corn gentrification is helping? Did you say that?
Yeah.
I said, in a way, it is a little bit because, I'm speaking of I'm thinking about Southeast DC, for instance. That's the pinpoint area that I'm thinking about. I'm thinking about because the reason why I said that was I'm saying people coming into a neighborhood because they probably bought it at a higher price as maybe somebody that's already living there. They're going to care more about the property value of their home, make sure the yard is cut, and make sure, the other houses down the street are actually getting built up too. Like, they actually care. But I'm saying this particular area for Black people can help if we have the money, obviously, to get in there, which I've seen that we are. So I'm saying that helps with
Maybe I don't know what gentrification means. Maybe I don't know what gentrification means. I thought gentrification was essentially white people that had a lot of money. No, am I wrong?
No, money. It's money. So
Corn, it is money. Yeah.
So it's
the one thing Corn is leaving out is the gentrifiers are Black in Southeast.
Yeah,
so
that's what I'm saying.
You're a gentrifier.
That's why I kept saying Southeast.
Yeah.
Well, no, I wanted to hear. No, my thought was it was a race like rich white people, but Hamp said it's more of a class thing. So okay, then I agree with in that regard.
Well, because you would be a gentrifier technically,
sir.
You could be a gentrifier.
So would
that's
I.
what I'm saying, yeah.
So would Corn.
But as far as gentrification too, I thought was pushing out people and then basically perpetuating homelessness because they don't have a place to go. That's
it could do that.
Possible because I can't afford it.
And that's
what happens is,
go ahead.
But what happens is they actually get pushed out the PG, so because they can't afford the city. But I guess Corn's point is Black people pushing Black people. I guess that's better than the white people pushing them out. I guess it's
a classism
issue,
but it's a classism issue and it's still perpetuating poverty. Because you are pushing them out because they can't afford the property taxes and to live there. So you're putting them into poor neighborhoods without impacting the community. You know what I'm saying? Like you're not infecting the community. If that's the right word that I can use. That's all I'm saying. So it's not really helping.
Right.
Yeah.
But see, my issue is this.
Let me hit the super chats before you go, Q.
I'm about to hit the super chat right now and I'm gonna make my point off of it.
I got a bunch though. I got a bunch.
Okay, let's start with Hanks.
And then I'll go back to it. Go ahead.
$2 super chat. The victim Olympus is strong and cute. You already know. What's next, him? No Cupcake Zone with the $1.99 super chat. The hate is real. Sway Producing with the $1.99 super chat. Why care about the lychees?
The leeches and viruses.
Let them out.
He's saying that the vermin of our people, just get rid of them.
Wow.
Okay. Mike Brown with the $5 super chat. It starts with the nuclear family.
Oh yeah.
Shit like that.
We got Tatum 32 with the $1.99 super chat. Parents use school as a daycare and are not involved.
Yo, that's that, and I hate it. That could be true. Daycare in Gracie's corner like a motherfucker.
We got, is that Triumpact?
True Impact. True Impact.
Okay. All right. With the $4.99 super chat, PTA is about fundraising, not kids' education. Roe is wrong.
He's obviously not a part of PTSA.
Yeah, all the other kids in PTAs get educated.
It depends on the schools, because I know some schools that it's about fundraising.
Super chat.
Sway Producing with the $1.99 super chat. He corrected himself with the lychees and says, "Why worry about your backyard first?"
Shit like that.
All right, all right, we gotta go to the next topic. But I know AFR wanted to get in. Q, you wanted to respond. Go ahead. Hold on.
Yeah. I just want to say it's funny to me that the people on the panel that are speaking about gentrification are the same people that are just like simply say this to the black people and then they could stop doing it because it's a choice.
Well, let's be
So
clear.
if y'all believe there's an
No,
agenda,
I'm definitely not saying that. I'm definitely
right?
not
But if
saying
y'all
that.
believe that there's an agenda, then y'all can't speak to one part and then be like, no, but in this situation, this is what's really going on, because that's what the fuck I've been saying this whole time.
Wait,
No, I agree with you saying to a degree. I feel like, you know, and I go back even to my family that's in Chicago, right? So they came up in the drug world and the game world because that was just on their block. Either you gonna do it or you gonna get bullied to do it. So they grew up in that, and they think, you know, I thank God for myself every day. Now I didn't grow up in that environment. They had to do it. You know what I'm saying? But it's like you said, it's the mentality that of that person to be able to do it. I have my middle cousin. He always tells me, you know, he always claims he's a thug, but really, honestly, he was just a hustler. You know, at the end of the day, he went down with no killing, no shooting nobody. Like, he was just like, I'm trying to get this money. You know what I mean? Now, if I'm getting it through the means of drugs, then so be it. He ended up going to federal prison for like 15 years. He actually did time with not Big Meech, but his brother, Terry. He actually did time with him. So now that he's out,
get to the goddamn point. We don't care who you
I'm
did
trying
time
to get to the
with.
point. Let me finish. So now that he's out, is what I was getting ready to say is that he's started his trucking business. He's flipping houses. Like he's probably making more money than me because that hustling mentality never left him. He just finding a better, positive way of doing it. You know what I mean? So yeah.
To learn some shit, right?
Mm-hmm.
So my question to Q is, when does it become their choice?
Bro, it's not your turn, bro.
Everybody else went here.
No, I was trying to get AFR in. Go ahead, AFR, and then Q can answer your question. Then we will be going on to the next topic.
Please.
But that was a good question. That was a good question, Ro. Regardless, okay, here, Q. It's people always rest on it like we gotta reach one, teach one, we gotta educate. Some of these people, and reason why that brother was talking about we need to cut the fat, quote unquote, get rid of people and stuff, because at the end of the day, the very people that you profess to love, that you want to quote unquote help, will drag you out of your car, shoot your child, and burn down the store in your own community. Okay, they'll do it. Okay, that's the thing about it, is they will do it. Okay, the St. Floyd riots prove that. They don't care if they have an inkling to do something. That's it. They don't care about your blackness. They don't care about your black wealth. They don't care about your black family. They care. Remember, their priority is them and theirs and what they feel at the moment, because they've been programmed to be dangerous to all of us. So we need to be very careful about who we actually want to help. There's some people that are beyond help that have your skin color, and we have to admit that. We don't like to say it. We kind of tiptoe around it, but we don't actually talk about how we are going to separate ourselves, you know, from not separate ourselves, but the folks that we want to help, identify them, put them over here, help them, and the other folks, leave them alone or leave them to their own devices, because they're going to do that anyway. And Q, I think you think we can save more people than we actually can, and we can't.
Who are you to say
It's sad that you feel that way, though. Yeah, I do.
It is. It's pathetic. Who are you to say that? Who are you to identify who can't be helped?
Yeah, I don't think there's a large number of people. I just think the approach has to change, and that's kind of
So
what
how many activists and people that go and do good things in the neighborhood have actually gotten taken out and deleted?
Man,
tell me.
I rest my case.
No, don't rest your case. Tell me.
Yeah, you say it.
what do y'all know who you? Everybody.
No, tell me.
Really?
It happens all the time, all over the country, or whatever. And the thing about it is, we already don't have enough brothers and sisters even going in on those endeavors in the first place that want to quote unquote help. Every one of those people that get deleted by our own people is a huge loss. So, you know what you're saying is like, oh, it happens. It happens. Yeah, it happens. Why do you think more people aren't doing it? And plus also I can't quantify that, but we all know that's why most people don't do it. And also on top of that, there's a reason why we have, and just a quick caveat, and I'm gonna land the plane. There's a reason why we have Arabs, Asians, and everybody else and their mama with corner stores and businesses. Mostly, I mean, it's changing now. Some people are actually trying to buy the block, but mostly we still have these other races running our stuff because we know what Negroes are gonna do to our stuff. They're gonna come in asking for discounts or whatever, because black businesses that do the most are by white businesses. A lot of them are by white businesses or restaurants. But if you go right in the heart of the hood saying, I'm opening up shop, they'll destroy it because it's all about them. The priority is not the neighborhood or the community to make it better. It's them. So y'all can come with these, there's our people. They'll destroy us. Remember how we ended up in Brazil and here? By our own people. Or helped by them, not all their fault. But anyway, sorry, I'm rambling.
Again, I'm sad that you feel that way. Yeah. To answer Rose's question, I think knowledge of self and being educated with regards to the things that are going on around you is important as it relates to choice, because outside of that, you're like a child having a choice. And who giving their kids choices? So you said when do they get a choice? When they have enough education and knowledge of self.
What about?
I just think a lot of people aren't
Some
there.
people never get that though. Some adults never get that.
Right. So again, to America First point, those would be the people that are left out. I don't think that's a large number, but those would be the people that are left out.
What about Nipsey Hussle? He tried to do a lot of good, and you see what happened to him, right?
Yeah, y'all say all that, but it's like, again, y'all sit there and listen to all this shit on the news and watch the dummy box and be like, oh, so it's black people. Y'all don't know what the fuck is really going on.
Okay,
like,
community, you need to stop with these conspiracy theories. This is the stuff that kills us. No, unless you actually saw a white man, dropping off box of drugs and guns in the hood, you need to stop with this stuff, man. We are doing this to ourselves. We're going to Poppy and we're going to these people and getting these products and bringing it to our neighborhoods. They're not holding Negroes down and making them do it.
I can tell you how you're off. Because most black people ain't on the conspiracy theory wave. So why the fuck are we so fucked up? If that's what everybody thinks and that's what's fucking us up. It's the problem that people don't open.
Say that. I said that's your mindset, and too many people have your mindset. Actually, they see their decision making to a political party, Q.
They have your mindset. Look at this fucking panel right now. Most people.
If they had my mindset, my neighborhood wouldn't be looking like y'all's.
Most people have your mindset.
So let me ask
I don't, for instance.
You know that's a lie.
I'm not saying all conspiracy theories are valid, but I'm saying there's some real shit happening that y'all really sleeping on.
So let me ask this, Q. And I understand your point of, we all have our own trauma and getting to the root of things, right? But what about when that begins to affect other people? When these situations happens, and I always use this extreme case and scenario, but let's say there's a school shooting, right? Does it not piss you off when we sit back there and after all these kids or people have been murdered, when they're like, oh, well, let's see what their home life was like? But does that not...
For white people?
It doesn't matter.
It matters.
Okay, so there was
for race matters.
Okay, so when there's a shooting, I think there was like whatever the last holiday we had, there was like a mass shooting somewhere. And it was someone black, right? Do we sit there when all of those people died? Do you have the empathy and capacity to sit back and be like, well, because they went through this, that's why they came and they shot up a parade?
In a sense, because you know what? I don't know if Ms. Nate will attest to this. In a sense. No, I ain't no fucking asking. No, fuck you.
Stop the cap.
Fuck you. Because you know what? I was one of the main people, even when it came to the R. Kelly thing, and y'all could run the tape back, that said I'm not canceling shit. Right? And part of the reason for that was being able to go back and empathize with his childhood story to an extent. I've always been that person. So I don't, that's what I'm saying.
But does that justify it though?
It doesn't justify it.
Does that justify it though?
No, it doesn't. If you run the tape back, Corn, it'll say that I understand that there's a reason for everything, but there's not an excuse, right? So once we get to that reason, we're not excusing niggas shooting up in their hoods and killing other people, right? But we have a reason to start with to be able to begin that shout out to Ms. Nate, that healing journey that gets people to where the fuck they need to be.
Because you got to go back before you can go forward. You
But
gotta
that's me.
you gotta go to the trauma and figure out where the trauma
But
came
that's
from.
me. So here with your little funky ass button, fuck that. That's me.
But when people are already dead and harmed, is it not too late then?
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
Yeah.
Say that again.
I said, but when people have already been harmed or killed, is it not then too late then?
It's not. I mean, you look at the the Central Park story.
5.
And yeah, the Central Park 5. That's what they're And the guy who ended up coming with his testimony to free Corey Wise, it's like, yeah, he did a heinous crime, but that's honorable that he came forth with a changed heart after all that time, after doing all that fucked up shit. Everybody sees that type of shit differently.
You saying the guy who did the killing?
Yeah, the guy who actually did
the killing.
I thought
That doesn't address what Alex said, though. Alex said the people are still dead.
Right. And so in that situation, a lot of people were dead by his hands. And to be like, well, fuck that. They're already dead. Fuck him. Fuck this. Fuck that. No, he came back and redeemed himself in an honorable way. And those guys were exonerated.
I think you're flawed in thinking is you think that you want to try to be empathetic to everybody. The truth is some things are heinous and they need to be dealt with accordingly. There's nothing to understand.
Well, that again, that's your position, though.
I don't care what Jeffrey Dahmer went
that's
through.
your
You don't do that. You don't do
I'm
that
not
type
saying
of shit to people.
I don't feel. I'm not saying there won't be a situation that I don't feel that way about. But as of right now, today, in this second, I feel how I feel, and that's the position that I stand on. Is there there is a reason for everything, and we be so quick to
and a lot of people are using facts, Q. You're using your feelings.
And that's fine, right? But I'm standing on it though.
Yeah, but
if that's the case, I'm standing on it.
But yeah, Q, standing on it is good, but that's it's not the value comes when you can hear a point and maybe change your position. It doesn't come a point because you stern and can stand on something that's flawed. That doesn't make sense.
I'm standing on it.
You gotta be able to hear things.
Point. I'm just saying that's what I feel and that's what I believe.
I know, but
I'm answering Alex's question.
Yeah, but are you considering what's being said?
Not at all.
Well, that's the problem, right?
Okay.
Because you can't learn.
That.
You know what Albert Einstein said? Albert Einstein said, once you stop learning, you start dying.
I feel like I'll change and impact more lives for the better in the way that I'm feeling, in the way that I think. And so I have to believe that, right? Because that's the only way I'll actually make change. I can't just do it flip-flopping and doing whatever everybody else says.
You won't change more lives because you giving them excuses.
No, I'm not.
So you're gonna say,
No.
well, how did the
If
drug?
you
If you tell the drug dealer, if you tell, just use the example. If you use this point, if you use this point, what'd you say?
There's a reason for everything. There's not an excuse. I said that.
No, I thought you said something. No.
Yeah, I did say something because it's like you're not listening.
Yeah, well, I'm just don't. So what I'm saying is, if you tell the drug dealer that you didn't bring these drugs here, so it's not totally your fault. People hear only that is. Listen. People only hear that it's not totally their fault. They don't learn. People hear what they want to hear. You have to hold people more accountable if you want to effectuate real change. But see, you don't really do a lot in the community. And I can tell because you're not dealing with these people on a daily basis to see what does and doesn't work. When you actually out there with the kids and actually doing stuff, right? And actually cleaning up the block for real, then you understand that what you saying is not very impactful in real life.
Okay.
Real shit.
Okay. You stand on what you stand on. I stand on what I stand on.
Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. That helps the channel the most. Hit all the links in the description. Definitely, you know what I mean? Hit that like button. Definitely subscribe to the channel. Become a member. Shout out to Mike Brown for sending out all the free memberships. That shit is dope.
Shit like that.
AFR, did you get one?
I think we tried, but it didn't work. I don't know, but I'll get a membership from you anyway, so it's all good.
You should.
Sway with the. Can y'all see this?
Yes, we can see it.
Sway producer with the $2 super chat. Q, you a part of the problem. Leeching, cut them out.
I ain't canceling shit. I love my people. Fuck y'all.
Omega Green with the $2 super chat.
Don't worry, they'll cancel you.
That's fine.
Criminals thrive on this type of idea. Omega Green with the $2 super chat. Criminals thrive on this type of ideology.
Okay, Omega.
Let me see. So I was gonna play this clip, but I think we could talk through it. Did y'all see Neo?
Yes.
What
Neo?
Neo?
Video. Yes, I saw it.
Did you guys see what happened? He had an interview where they're asking about kids transitioning, and he stood on what he stood on in terms of they should not, so on and so forth. Did you guys see that his publicist put out an apology and then he responded to said apology?
Correct. Yes, I saw all of that.
AFR Corn, did you see it?
I just saw his initial statement, and then I saw like an apology, but that's the last thing I saw.
All right, you saw like the written apology. All right, hold on. Let me play it real quick. Let me know y'all can see the screen.
You can see it.
This is Neo. All right, listen. I normally don't give too much of a damn about what I do, what y'all have to say about what I say, whatever. I normally don't care because, like I said, opinions ain't special. Everybody got one. However, this is something I feel very strongly on, and I need y'all to hear this from the horse's mouth, not the publicist's computer. So check this out. First and foremost, I do not apologize for having an opinion on this matter. I am a 43-year-old heterosexual man raising 5 boys and 2 girls, okay? That's my reality. Now, if my opinion offended somebody, yeah, sure, I apologize for you being offended because that wasn't my intention. My intention is never to offend anybody. However, I'm entitled to feel how I feel. I'm absolutely entitled to feel how I feel the same way you are entitled to feel how you feel. I ain't asked nobody to follow me. I ain't asked nobody to agree with me. I was asked a question and I answered the damn question, okay? I have no beef with the LGBTQIA plus community whatsoever. I ain't got no beef with y'all. Do whatever the hell it is you want to do. Do what you want to do with your kids. However, somebody asked my opinion on this matter, and this is how I feel. I will never be okay with allowing a child to make a decision that detrimental to their life. I will never be okay with that. I definitely plan to educate myself a little bit more on this matter. However, I doubt that there's any book anywhere or any opinion that somebody's going to tell me that's going to make me okay with letting a child make a decision like that. That's just period, point blank, and that's how I feel. If I get canceled for this, then you know what? Maybe this is a world where they don't need a Neo no more, all right? And I got no problem with that. I'm a hustler, all right? I'll figure it out. I got kids to raise, and I'm going to do that regardless. So with that being said, y'all have a good day. I love everybody. Live how you want to live, love how you want to love, but your opinion is yours. Speak your opinion as much as you damn well feel like it. Because as I said, they're not important, they're not special. Everybody got one, and you're entitled to it. I'm entitled to mine, all right? Y'all feel how y'all want to feel. Have a great day. It's Neo. Peace and love.
So did y'all see that? So y'all know the backstory to this?
I actually saw that part, yeah. That's the only thing I did see.
That's the first I'm seeing that part. I just saw what his publicist put out.
I didn't see it.
He responded ASAP. So he had a interview. I forget who it was with. I want to say Angela Yee, but I'm probably wrong. I forget. Is it Vlad? Oh, it was somebody.
Yes.
Glory Vlad. Okay. And so, they were asking him about kids transitioning, whatever the case is, and he gave an answer. He said he didn't agree, so on and so forth. So of course, the canceling comes out. His publicist put out an apology, and he's like, that's my publicist. Here's what I'm saying. I'm not retracting anything. I'm standing on the fact that I don't agree with X, Y, and Z.
Okay.
Right. And so Neo can stand on it. But I feel like my first question was, if Neo can stand on it, why can't you? I feel like the easy way out is for people to say, well, he rich, he can do that. Right. So I retracted that question. And I want to ask, are we perpetuating cancel culture? Because again, I feel like this is the softest society has ever been. We too pussy to say something, to speak up, to stand on anything for these little ass paychecks that we get. And I feel like if we continue to hold on, let me lead it in, bro.
Go ahead.
If we
I'm sorry.
Put him in the fucking bed.
I thought you paused.
I did because I know how to deliver a message, asshole. So damn. So if we continue not to say anything, I feel like we are a catalyst we are how do you say it? Asia, what's the word I'm looking for?
The
If you're not a part of the problem,
perpetuator of it. You are a perpetuator of the cancel culture.
Because we refuse to speak up. And I feel like if people start standing on stuff, I feel like we can start getting back to some normalcy where you can have a fucking opinion without being afraid to lose your job. So are we perpetuating this cancel culture? And now before y'all talk, y'all been on this podcast before. Tiptoeing around shit, backpedaling and everything. Anybody can answer.
I'm about to
honestly, I feel like cancel culture started with us Black people. Like, where'd that even come from? That to me, it's like the dumbest thing ever. Like, I'm gonna cancel somebody for an opinion. I'll be honest. I'm an elected official, and I remember even during campaign season, I spoke about transgenders, and people were really pissed, and I didn't give a fuck. I don't understand it. I try to understand it, but I totally agree with what Neo said. I do not agree with children doing that. You are making a decision that can cost your lifetime. If somebody who says, I want to cancel you as an elected official for saying that, I don't really give a damn. You don't make or break me, but it is what it is. I totally agree with what he just said. And I don't feel like he needs to apologize. He said what the hell he said. His publicist put it out there because he has to sound good to the public and he has to appease everybody. And he doesn't want to get canceled because it can affect his money. But he said what the hell he said. He has his own opinion, his own voice. So I agree with what he said.
Okay. And Miss Nay, I wanted you to come on because I feel like sometimes you dance. But now that I'm processing it, I feel like you be processing while you talking.
I do.
And so sometimes you be like, some people do, but some people don't. And then the sky is green some days and shit like that. But no, but just yeah. So I'm kind of thinking about it. But do you feel like you stand on what it is you stand on, or do you feel like you might be a little bit too diplomatic?
Because I like to be honest. I think probably in the beginning of me being on here, I was probably being diplomatic because I was like, I'm an elected official. I don't give a damn now. I have to say what I really feel, to be honest, because I feel like that's what you're supposed to do. You have to just be honest. Say what you really feel. Like, it doesn't matter if somebody's like, okay, I don't like your opinion. It is your opinion. Stand on what you feel. Just be honest with what you got to say. I think that's more respectable when you just being honest.
Yeah. And what made you, how'd you get to that point? Because like you said, I remember those days.
This is the healing journey that I'm on, right? I'm no longer on this people pleasing. I don't give a damn how you feel about it. This is Miss Nay's opinion. Okay. And I feel like there is freedom and liberty in speaking your truth and being honest about how you feel. It's my opinion. And I don't want to be out here saying, okay, let me appease the masses. That's how you feel. Okay, that's great. That's your opinion. It's not mine. I don't want to think like everybody else. I want to think for myself.
Word. Okay. Alex, bring your ass to the front of the congregation.
I'm trying to gather my thoughts.
I know you're nervous. Matt Pearson with the $2 super chat. Can anyone be booted? Why Matt want to boot everybody? And Love, you started it. You started by okaying people.
Be careful what doors you open. And you're right. Be careful what doors you open. Because look at this nonsense.
Hey, Matt, if you kicking. Alex.
Okay, so
use a tiptoeing motherfucker.
And I am. I will own that. I'm working on it. I'm not there in my healing journey yet with Nay. But no, that's some real shit. And I think to that point, I think the tiptoe comes from I have my personal opinions on things, but I'm not going to outwardly just share them. And I think I reserve how I really feel. And when I share it with certain people and in certain spaces, and it could be because I need to keep my job. It very well could be that. But I do think there becomes a point in time where, you know what, when something is some bullshit, you have to say it. Now, I don't have to be nasty about how I feel about something, but I am working on being a little bit more open and honest when I feel about certain things. And I say this, maybe it is me getting ready to be a mom. My opinions have just changed, and I'm like, you know what? This is some bullshit. Like, that's not acceptable. I agree with Neo wholeheartedly. Now, for me, I've never seen a celebrity like where the public says one thing and the celebrity comes back out like that was some ballsy shit. And for me, the publicist would have got fired because we're not on the same page. We're not on the same page. And I'm here for Neo standing on what it was he said. I feel like that's your kid. You do what you want to do. But I do disagree in them trying to transition when they are younger. We had that conversation weeks ago. I think that's something you should wait until you are 24, 25 years old. However, that's also not for me to stand on some platform and condemn people for doing said things. Like, I don't just openly say things. So maybe as I move along on my journey, when I read Nate's book, when I order it on Monday, maybe I'll be where she's at.
Okay. All right, see you. All right, yeah.
Shit like that. Shit like
Okay.
that. Shit like
The
that.
basement.
Oh, go ahead.
A is fence riding. She trying to sell.
And your ass gonna buy it. And guess what? I called a lot of people out in my book because I don't give a damn. Thank you.
Okay.
Shit like that.
But
Shit
that's
like
definitely.
that.
Hey, Alex, that's a good self-assessment. Because man, you can't get a real answer out of you about some serious
Yeah, all the time. So I'll be like, and I'll be in my therapy sessions and I'm like, you know what? Maybe I need to just say how I feel and that's okay.
Yeah.
Okay with the blowback.
Cause Corn, right? If we all start telling the truth, right? Because there's several people that agree with objective truths, right? Mm-hmm. I think the majority of people, honestly, if they were answering honestly, wouldn't say let kids cut their dicks off. That's just like if people were really just answering, right? Like the majority of people aren't gonna agree, and if people start saying it, how the fuck they gonna cancel everybody? Go ahead.
Yeah. So that same thing I was actually thinking about Jamie Foxx situation too, when he apologized for his anti-Semitic whatever. I don't think that was nothing with that at all. I think that was even a greater, better example of how sensitive we are as a culture now, and he's scared to get canceled. And I'm like, man, you just came back from to life. You shouldn't have to apologize about nothing. But so yeah, I definitely feel like we definitely we put this cancel culture out there, and we're scared to talk now. And LGBTQ, AI, we gotta say all the alphabets when we talking about certain situations now because we don't want to be offensive and leave anybody out. Which I get it. That population group have been in hiding for a long time and have taken a lot of shame for a long time. So I am conscious about that and try to make sure that I'm aware of like, okay, you have taken a certain amount of abuse. I get that. You know what I'm saying? But at the same time, you can't make me look at you a certain way if you were born this way. You know what I'm saying? That's something that I have to kind of like, I'm still working through. You know what I mean? Like if you say now I want to be, I'll actually listen to Ice Cube talk about this. If I say now I want to be a bird, you have to look at me as a bird. You know what I mean? Some people be like, I guess I gotta look at you as a bird now. Some people will say, you know what, dude, you get yourself together. What's wrong with you? You know what I mean? So it just depends on who you're talking to now. But it's definitely a crazy culture out here where we I don't know. It's a delusional mindset. I look at it too, in a sense. It's like you kind of have to accept people's mental illness in a way. That is how I look at it too. You have to accept people's mental illness, and I don't want to accept people's mental illness like that. You know what I mean? So,
what did Corn do, Matt? You just booted him for no reason?
Why you booting me? Wow. But I will say this though, I do worry about because
Corn, he booted you, man. Damn, man.
Put him in the fucking bedroom. Get him out of here. Come on.
He was cooking too.
He was. I can't even. Yo, Matt, I can't even get a full panel fucking with you. Jesus.
Well, let me talk. Because Corn's on the ramble a little bit. Let me talk. I think the cancel culture was an overcorrection.
Get back there, Corn. Somebody gonna bring you back. Go ahead.
I think cancel culture is an overcorrection. And Corn kind of hit upon it, but he started rambling a little bit. But it was cancel culture to protect groups of people that were marginalized and or abused. But it became an overcorrection. And we're not going to support you or allow you to make this money because you are speaking hate speech, misogynistically. I hear Corn made good points. In all types of abusive language towards groups of people and causing damage. And so to correct that, we're going to cancel you, but it was an overcorrection to where you can't say anything. You can't speak your opinion. Part of that is, the alphabet people, it's not even all of them. I've been looking into it. It's like the rich white ones, right, that are really wielding all of the power. And if you piss them off, then you piss the whole collective alphabets off. But that's not really true, right? Because I know a lot that don't necessarily agree with being bullies. And the overcorrection with that community is that now they're bullies. You can't say anything. You can't say an opinion. And Neo kind of sprinkled those buzzwords in his statement. If you heard him, I'm going to educate myself, but I don't buy any book that's going to educate me and change my mind. Why'd you even say it then? I apologize if you felt offended. That was my intention. So why are you apologizing? Like, stop using the buzzwords. Get that out your speech. You still been programmed, Neo. So yeah, you were ballsy, but you're still using those buzzwords to make this somewhat of an apology, but it really wasn't. Really stand 10 toes down, not just 8, sir, and what you're saying.
Do you think it was okay that he just said he was going to do his due diligence? Because that's what I heard when he said, I'm going to try to see if I can find some info on why this.
No, but then he sat there and said, literally in this next breath, but I know what's going to teach me, da 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 da. You know what I'm saying? So if you really believe no book's going to teach you and change your mind, then why even do your due diligence? You know what I'm saying? Like, he was still using those buzzwords. Like I said, he wasn't 10, he was 8, maybe 7 toes down on that. But I do give him credit. Cancel me if you want to. Da da da. I don't care. I got money. And he can't be canceled because a lot of people are agreeing with him. People are starting to feel bullied now.
So you feel like he's saying cancel me if you want to, but I still feel like there's no book that can teach me on this. He doesn't really want to learn.
He literally said those words.
Okay.
He literally said that. He literally sat there and said, yeah, I'm educating myself, but ain't no book over that's going to make me change my mind or teach me anything. He said those words. So it's like, well, you're not going to educate yourself. You are literally, this is what you feel, it's how you feel. Say that. And you did, but don't add in the extra that you really don't mean, is all I'm saying.
Well, see, I said it differently. I said, I don't understand it. I have tried to understand it, but I don't agree with children doing it. I'm going to still stand on that part.
AFR, what say you, man? I like the example that Corn brought up too with the Jamie Foxx. You can attack whatever one you want. Go ahead.
I'll say a couple of things. First thing I want to ask the ladies on the panel, show of hands, who voted for Trump? Just show of hands. You don't want to.
Nobody voted.
Nobody?
No, I'm not saying who I voted for. I want to know what's your point. Why does it matter? What's your point?
Well, if you didn't vote for him, that means you agree with this ideology just by your sheer vote. So that's one. So you can come back on the back end now and say, oh, yeah, they're being bullies and it's not right and they've done all overcorrection. But at the end of the day, this is what you kind of voted for. And
No.
I'm just saying in general, don't get triggered. In general.
Panel, so speak in general, not just to the ladies on the panel then.
Okay, but if you're a lady who voted for Joe Biden, this is the result. So that's I mean, let's just be honest. It's not trying to pick on anybody, but it is what it is. Okay, moving on to the next one.
I'll tell you why the hell I voted for Joe Biden, because I'm gonna be honest. I saw a black woman that was attached to him. I'll be honest.
Well, for one, she's not really black. So y'all fall for the Obama game all the time, but it's cool. It's cool. Y'all fall for the quarter black or half black. I got you. They are people. They us. I get it. Well, can I finish, ladies? I'm sorry. Not to get sidetracked. So there's that. So we with our votes already indicate what we feel, whether we don't like the results or not. That it is what it is. But with our vote, we indicate what direction. And the second thing is our families are the vanguard. Okay. We have been used. Okay. We're going to cancel culture. We have been used by other groups in their identity politics to drive. And I'm putting on my tinfoil hat to push, to cancel other people's opinions that don't agree. And I'll use an example. Like if people say they're pro-life, whether you like white people or not, we need more black babies. Okay? That's we all know that. We need more black babies in this country. But then we kowtow to the very people who say, delete your baby, We have Planned Parenthood in all your neighborhoods, but fertility clinics in our neighborhood. These are the people mostly who are people, or are mostly, are women cavort with, but black men are as fault as well, even though we're breaking away from the political party, but still. So if you are with those people, you shut down voices that say we want more black babies, or facilitate more black babies, facilitate black families to actually fight against this gender ideology. Because that's the thing about it, is we have been used as an attack dog against other groups, differing opinion or differing way of life, because we are stuck to this political party when we need families, we need babies, we need financial, we need more of our money that we make to be in our pockets. And then we need to, all that stuff. So what I'm saying is, we can't come back at the back end and say, oh, they're bullying us and they've shut us down and all that, when we literally went hand in hand with them for years, and it hurt us. Okay, black people done lost jobs. I done lost 5 jobs over this stuff. Okay, because I stood up for what I believed in. Wow. And then also, they can't fire us all. If 30% of black folks stand up and say no more, y'all ain't canceling us, they ain't gonna be able to cancel us. But unfortunately, we're more scared of the small hats and the LGBTQ than we are white people. Because we love white people. Let's keep it honest. So we're more scared of those two groups than we are scared of the dominant society. And like Risky said, we want these little checks more than we want our dignity and our families. And I'll just land it there.
Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that. Shit like that.
Didn't hurt us like now. Too many mamas.
You're speaking to the microphone, Hamp.
Oh shit. My bad. Tatum32 with the $2 super chat. Words didn't hurt us like now. Too many mama's boys. Matt Pearson with the 20 ball, man. Don't hate on a man standing up, love.
I didn't hate. I wasn't hating. I just wanted him to move on. I wanted him to get to the point. I wasn't hating Matt. Seriously, I wasn't. I just wanted.
Well, you were pretty adversarial to even the voting question, and it kind of exposed how you know.
It didn't expose anything. I wanted you to move on and not stay there and make a false point. It wasn't me standing on anything.
It wasn't a false point. You proved my point.
I wanted you to move on because you're not. I just want you to be concise. That's all. I wanted to move the conversation.
No, I got you. But you did walk into my trap, though.
You didn't. I didn't say who I voted for. I wanted you to move on, and I'm done saying. I'm done talking about it. I just want you to move on. That's it.
No Cupcake Zone podcast with the $2 super chat. Y'all silenced Triple Black tonight.
Wow,
they did, man. God damn, Triple Black didn't even get started. But
we like cancel culture because it gives us a bit of. It feels like we have control. And we get to stick it to people that are quote unquote against us. It's stupid as hell. And at the end of the day, people that would actually have helped the black community have been silenced.
Cancel culture is a way to sweep things under the rug and not have your opinions or open up your mind and just speak what you feel.
Yeah. Go ahead, Q.
Yeah, a lot of that shit sound like conspiracy theory, like motherfucker. And that's
your conspiracy theory.
Problem. Y'all full of shit. This nigga said Kamala's not 100% black. A conspiracy theorist said that. So let's just start there.
Because anything mixed with black is black.
You got to work on some shit because you tried to come for me and you sounding real fugazi right now. With that being said, I ain't canceling shit. You already know my position. I ain't canceling a motherfucking thing.
I ain't canceling either.
Well, you're not going to cancel R. Kelly, and he had sex with a child.
And that's my choice, right?
He did, but he made good ass music. So listen,
do this, Risky. Come on, Risky.
Dude, what are you saying though? Because what was his whole position just now about cancel culture? Make it make sense.
I think he's just addressing because you said you ain't canceling.
I'm not.
Yeah, because if that's the case, then everybody needs to be canceled for something that they've done wrong.
It'll be something all of the time with regards to our people, right?
We are doomed.
But then everybody should be canceled for stuff that we do. We have all done some
Because
crazy type
okay,
of
no, y'all can. Okay, look, somebody. Okay, hold on, sisters. If some brother knocked somebody off of a bike and stole a bike, you can recover from that. Okay, doing something to a child, most people ain't gonna want to give you a second chance. Get out of here with that, man.
We're not gonna give you a second chance, but we're gonna still play your fucking music. And guess what? We're gonna still be popping off, and we're gonna still make love to your music. Because at the end of the day, pretty much every song that you hear on the radio, R. Kelly done written it, he produced it, he made it. You know damn well. No. You know you wouldn't see nothing wrong with a little bumper grind. Stop.
I don't play music.
But that's y'all choice, right? So y'all saying y'all part of the cancel culture, right?
If you don't think a pedophile should be canceled, that's
answer the question. Are you a
part not his music? Him as person, I don't gotta rock with him, but we like his music.
Pedophile music. Pedophile music, right?
Part of the cancel culture. Yes or no?
Okay. It's not cancel culture if you shun people that have shown themselves. Stop. Q. It is not cancel culture when you shun people in your community that commit heinous crimes against children. That's not canceling. That's keeping yourself safe.
What happens with that is somebody else is making that same point with regards to what Neo said. You sound like a fucking idiot. Are you a
I don't, Q. I'm starting to question your level of like intellect right now. I'm starting to question your level of intellect right now, dog. Like for real.
Wait, so I'm looking at like I'm not gonna say. Like if I knew R. Kelly, he's not gonna be around my children. You're not getting invited to cookouts, the family functions. No, but I'm not gonna lie. We listen to his music. If that's the case, most of the music in our
but it's cool for him to be. But it's cool for him to be around somebody else's black family, so they could possibly suffer something, right? So as long as he doesn't come to your cookout, but your neighbor's cookout, you ain't gonna stop that, right?
No, he don't need to be invited to my cookout. If you want him at yours, that's on you. But are we gonna say, well, I can't play his music? Half the music that we listen to in our catalog is co-produced.
If he got canceled so he couldn't hurt anybody else?
The cancel culture stopped listening and streaming and playing his music, dude. That was the agenda behind that.
So one thing you don't want to do is support a pedophile. That's why you wouldn't play his music, because streaming service.
So then you need to go through all your catalog.
Stop for a second, because I'm talking. I don't know what I'm not going off what AFR said. But just say it a different way, Nay. So if you stream his music, you putting money in his pocket, and he molested young children.
I get what you're saying, I'm not negating that. I'm just looking at it as the fact that there's so much music out there that he has been a part of. He has been a part of like black music. Let's be honest. Most of the music you play is probably co-produced and written by him.
You can make a justification in your head to not do something.
Mm-hmm.
You know that. Right, so if you want to say, well, then just cancel everybody so you can keep playing R. Kelly, we'll say that. But what I said is also a fact that if you keep streaming his music, you keep putting money in his pocket. So that part, I might want to just reconsider.
Right, but that's understood. That's just something you're not going to do because of your position.
No, that's what
on that particular thing, right?
That's what I'm telling her.
He's a part of the cancel culture, and he wants to start talking about some other shit and not answering the question.
So. But did you hear his example though?
I don't give a fuck about his example.
What you do with pedophiles?
You're not.
Well, no. What you do with pedophiles is you get rid of them, right? So if you're saying no, listen.
Like fuck.
No, I'm talking. You're not listening well, and then you telling people they stupid and dumb and shut. You ain't really having a conversation. It actually exposes your points more than you think it proves them, right? Because there's no reason to say all that. Just have the conversation. But you're saying with R. Kelly, that's the same thing as saying that you shouldn't let kids transition. That's not the same thing. So if I say stand up for what you believe in, as opposed to supporting a pedophile, that's not mutually exclusive. That's a flawed thought.
Because you're saying support a pedophile, right?
Yeah.
You're saying every time you stream his music, you're putting money in his pocket. Where the fuck R. Kelly shopping at right now? Where he's spending that bag right now?
The commissary.
Okay. And he winning right now.
Hey, Q, let me get that poop. Let me get that pee. Come on, let's play the song. Come on.
Get him out of here. Come on.
I think it's honestly, I think it's a valid question that Q presented, because are you perpetuating cancel culture? If the answer is yes,
No.
the answer.
So the answer is not yes, because you get rid of a pedophile. So I understand why she posed the question. So the answer is no, right? Because to not support people for a reason like that, that's what you should be doing. But to cancel people because they have y'all stop. Y'all see this, and you know what's crazy? Now I'm seeing, right, that I look at the comments like, oh, they just going at the ladies. No, it's starting to become more valid, because I'm literally saying something and y'all shaking your head. You ain't trying to consume the
I
information.
didn't even say anything. I'm
not talking to you then.
Oh, you say y'all. That's I'm like, what are you talking about? I'm listening to you.
Then I'm not talking to y'all. Then I'm not talking to you. But just understand that those are not the same thing, because they're canceling people before their opinion on a matter. He's saying he has children. That should not happen to children. Do what you want with your children, but I don't support that. Oh, let's cancel him. Not the same as a pedophile, rapist, child molester. You shouldn't be playing his music anymore. How is that? How does that not make sense?
Because cancel culture, that all falls in line with that, right? When it comes to R. Kelly, the cancel culture says stop listening to his music. So if you are saying that, then you are part of the cancel culture regarding that, right? Somebody made that shit up, and then if you're subscribing to it, you're part of the cancel culture.
But no, and I'm saying you're absolutely incorrect.
So when did you first find out R. Kelly was fucking little girls?
I don't know when.
And did you stop playing the music?
Almost 20 years ago.
Fuck all that, because this is what you niggas do, talking about y'all don't know shit. Y'all get on amnesia all of a sudden. So let's say, hold on. Let's say when he was married.
I done more brave shit than you ever even thought of. But why the fuck would I hesitate on telling you when I remember about R. Kelly?
But
let's say as a DJ,
you have to go through your whole catalog now.
What I'm saying is, y'all niggas sound crazy as hell. All I'm saying is this: don't talk to me about doing no brave shit. You pussy ass niggas never done no brave shit. So just relax is what I'm saying. I'm just saying, I'm talking to you. I'm just saying that I don't remember when. But what do you say? What was the point of that?
You were privy to him being married to Aaliyah when she was underage?
Was he married to Aaliyah underage?
So you don't know that now.
Look, Q. Here's the deal. As soon as people were sharing, I get it, but as soon as people were sharing a video of him violating a child, everybody was sharing on the internet when it came out. Okay, everybody, not everybody, but it's just like you heard. Everybody was like he was with an underage person, and once I heard that in the court cases, done. No more Chocolate Factory. No more nothing. No more stepping in lamp. None of that.
But there's mad songs by him. Like you think Chris Brown got songs by him, Aaliyah got songs by him. Y'all not gonna listen to any of that.
I think when I stopped playing his music was probably like, because when I was a child, I don't know if I understood the implications of the shit with Aaliyah. I think I'm younger than her, right? God bless her dad.
Yeah.
But as a grown man, when I was DJing and got to understand, I think it might have been like 2017, maybe 18, maybe, when I actually played a song and this girl came up to me in this place called Smith Commons, and she's like, "Hey, you can't play this because of X, Y, and Z." And then I did my due diligence on it. I'm like, oh, okay, this makes sense why she said that. But what does that prove? I guess.
I'm asking that because y'all are acting like, oh, when you become privy to it, it doesn't take cancel culture to get you there. You just automatically, you was on that wave. A lot of people not. A lot of niggas is piggybacking off of the cancel culture. That's what I'm saying. That's groupthink.
Well, so like I'm not wearing Nike no more because of what they did with Kyrie. So right, because I feel like, just my sentiments about that. So what would that be considered?
Is Nike black owned?
No.
Then that's not cancel culture.
Huh?
Never mind him.
No, man. What do you mean? That's not They're not canceling them by not buying their products or wearing it, or
the cancel culture applies to black people, right?
No. Huh?
No. When I say I'm not canceling shit, I'm talking about niggas, us. I'm not canceling shit with niggas.
No, actually, it started when during the George Floyd stuff. When anytime a white person did anything, they started getting their asses canceled. LGBT quickly follows suit, from my understanding.
Okay. So I'm out of this conversation because when I talk about cancel culture, I'm only talking about niggas. Because remember, you said we don't talk about them other people on this show. So y'all continue.
You ain't even. No Cupcake Zone podcast with the $2 super chat. Elvis met Priscilla at 14.
Nobody listens to freaking Elvis here, and also we're talking about black folks. Why do black folks always do that when we're hyper focusing on ourselves? We're talking about ourselves, but somebody got to drag out white people to distract from what we're talking about ourselves. I freaking hate that.
Nike. That's why I asked the question.
He was trying to use an example.
He was comparing Elvis
example,
to.
if they're not black owned, that's a poor example.
He's Elvis. He's talking about Elvis to R. Kelly. That's it. He's trying to say, well, we let Elvis do it, and nobody said nothing. That's what AFR is addressing. Matt Pearson with the $20 super chat. Hamp, this is the next person that cut you off for some trash. Hey, Matt, you the GOAT, man. You the sponsor for the night, man, for sure. Sway producing with the $5 super chat. No lie, ladies. Y'all not standing on anything honorable. No honor or no principles. Q, you not drawing a line. Is not standing on anything. Cut him out. True Impact with the $5 super chat. Stop the cap. Do you watch Turner broadcast? Weinstein, he is not a pedo. Talking about Harvey Weinstein or something?
He's talking about Harvey, yeah.
Okay. Omega agree with the $2 super chat. Shouldn't predators not be canceled?
No. According to the consensus over here, no. Cancel culture is bad against people who commit crimes against children.
You could stand on it and say, yes, I'm a part of cancel culture. That's standing on it.
You're literally defending crimes against humanity.
You're part of cancel culture and you refuse to answer it.
It's not cancel culture if you're getting rid of a person that's shown that they will harm innocent people, marginalized people, and not marginalized, but innocent and vulnerable people in your community, i.e. children. Like, I don't really know any other way to talk about this because right now I'm just you would never be in my neighborhood. I'd never allow. See, that's why when black folks start breaking off and forming their neighborhoods, people with your mindset, you got to be out there with the white folks, or you're going to be in there in the inner jungle.
And
with ninjas.
You acting like that's a fucking privilege. I'll be glad to not be in a community with you. We're on the same motherfucking page.
Sway producing with the $2 subject. Making excuses for dude with a gun in your head. Yeah, I think you misunderstanding the cancel culture. This the one where you can't give your opinion, you can't talk about things, you can't talk about certain topics, you can't mention certain people, you can't mention the Jews, you can't say anything about the LGBTQ. Like what Jamie Foxx said, I mean, they try to get on him about that. He said they killed Jesus. What you think they're gonna do to you? And for some reason, Jennifer Aniston thought that was anti-Semitic. I'm just like,
so but everybody not streaming R. Kelly's music is not canceling him?
Yes, that's canceling him.
Okay, right? Then I'm not.
So what you do is you get rid of pedophiles. You understand? But canceling people for an opinion about a subject is the topic that we're talking about. So you talking about a pedophile, you get rid of them. That's it.
I just want to know how you getting rid of them, because again, I'm gonna go back to the fact that if you are any type of DJ, you are any radio station, you are going to be playing his music, whether it's music that he is singing himself or stuff that he has written. Y'all are moving your bodies like snakes. Y'all stepping in the name of love. Y'all rocking back and forth. I'm naming all songs that R. Kelly either sang or he wrote. Y'all, the keys is in the ignition.
We're not telling you not to listen to him. You can support the child molester. That's fine.
I like his music. That has nothing to do with his music.
I know you, and again, you can continue to listen to him. That we're not telling you not to. I just gave you a breakdown of what it was, but you saying, "Oh, he wrote all this stuff, so now we got to go to see who the producer was and the writer was." I mean, we know "Step in the Name of Love" is his. We know who his albums are. So based on what we know, that's what we don't play.
But
Okay, what about the songs that we produced?
I said this in one of the older episodes, like probably like episode 4. If we go by that, right? And you go by that, well, I'm canceling this because of this. Do you know how many people you would not be fucking with in this world largely? Because of shit that they've done that you don't agree with?
I said that we'd all be canceled. At the end of
The whole world will be canceled.
You talking about a child molester, and that's the
that's
one.
What I'm saying.
That's what we're. That's what you guys are focused on.
And you have a reason to believe that you don't be around people who be into weird shit or nothing like that. You'd be surprised.
Man, see, I'm not speculating on what people do. I just go on what I know.
Part, you're not speculating, but I'm just saying if that's really some shit you standing on, then you would not fuck with a lot of people.
You saying I have to guess who molesting and raping children?
I'm not. I'm saying if that's what you stand on, then you would not be dealing with a lot of people.
Yeah,
at some point you're gonna fuck with somebody. You're not really.
You don't know. You don't know.
We cancel people for different things. Some people getting canceled off of just like you said. Neil got canceled off of talking about transgender.
That's what we're talking about. We're talking about perpetuating that, not speaking up, not standing up, and just letting shit go because we're afraid to lose a paycheck or something like that. We're not talking about somebody who deserved to be canceled for what they did to children. Y'all trying to focus on R. Kelly so bad. We talking about what Jamie Foxx did.
Because that's a part of real life. You niggas want to talk about all this surface level shit. And y'all statistics and y'all flawed statistics that's outdated. Y'all want to talk about that shit.
Who gave us
so real quick.
Hey,
Excuse me. Wait, please wait. Please wait.
Okay, relax.
In a second. I want to answer the question. Cancel culture, it's flimsy at best now because the news cycle is so short. We get mad, for example, the whole Tory Lanez and Megan Thee Stallion thing, right? People that supported Tory and or said he shouldn't have got 10 years, or people that wrote the judge letters saying don't give him the maximum sentence, whatever. People are mad trying to cancel so-and-so, the celebrities that were supposedly supporting him. They got canceled, right? I guarantee you by next week, there are people that they were trying to cancel or said they were going to cancel. It's going to forget all about it. They were trying to cancel Jamie Foxx. He's not going to be canceled. Like, he apologized. He didn't have to apologize, really, because cancel culture does not last anymore. You cancel people because of their opinions that don't match up with yours, and the next thing pisses you off. And then you cancel them for a couple of days or to a week. So to answer the question, are we perpetuating it? Not really, because it doesn't stand. It doesn't last long. Like Harvey Weinstein, he got canceled for maybe a year at best, right? But let Sex and the City movie come out. Everybody named Mama's still watching it. And I'm just giving different examples, right? I know we're talking about Black people. I mean, not just white people too. But there are things that the baby got canceled for. Travis Scott got canceled, but then he's at this concert. He's been all on a news cycle. So it doesn't last long. So it's not really being perpetuated. It's getting thrown around all willy-nilly, but it doesn't stick because our attention spans are so short.
When you just said that, the first person I thought about was Chris Brown. Chris Brown got canceled with the whole Rihanna thing, and look at him now. Everybody like, look at me now. Whoa, he getting paper. Because we surely play his music. We surely dance into everything he got to do. Everybody like Chris Brown again. So to your point, Asia, I agree with that. It doesn't stick.
No, women like Chris Brown. Let's get that straight.
I agree with Asia on we are such a popcorn society. Like we don't have the capacity because the news cycle is microwave. Because of the news and social media. Like we don't allow things to truly evolve and stand on things. Now, just in some of the references that y'all said, I never canceled Chris Brown because I felt like it was a two-way situation. And that's just me, right? Tory Lanez, he's been canceling my book. My husband feels differently. He ain't getting no play here, whatever. Like, that's just me. But I think to Hamp's point, there comes a point when as individuals, you do want to do your research. When you decide, okay, I'm no longer going to support this, I do want to go ahead and I want to do my due diligence to make sure I'm educated on why. Not falling on the bandwagon as I think a society. Well, you know what, they said we're gonna cancel that business because they said this. What is the context? Very rarely, because we don't read whole articles. We don't read things that are of facts, right? We read things that are just a lot of times opinion based. I also think too, just kind of touching on the R. Kelly thing, I see what Hamp is saying, and I see what Nay is saying. Hamp is saying is that, Nay, every time you play R. Kelly, you are putting money in that nigga pocket for commentary, for him to go to his lawyer fees, whatever the case is. But I also hear you saying too, Nay, is that the impact that R. Kelly has, his name is on a slew of different things. And what you're saying is that if you are going to cancel him, then you shouldn't be supporting Jay-Z. You shouldn't be supporting a B2K song or whatever the case is, right? But that's where the fine line comes with cancel culture. I'm not going to stop watching Sex and the City, the movie. If it comes on, I didn't even know Harvey Weinstein was a part of that. But I think we use the term cancel culture so fluidly that we aren't concrete with things. And I think that's because we're not educating ourselves on why we're choosing to. And I think when you decide to stand on something, you're either going to go all the way or you're just going to shut your mouth back.
Yeah, no, yeah. I mean, I like my friends. You're right, Alex. Like when the stuff with Kyrie happened, but also they don't have the same belief system as me, right? So it's probably not deeply rooted. But like I haven't bought any Jordans or any Nikes. And again, does my little bit of dollars matter? Probably doesn't mean a goddamn thing to Nike. You know? I see my friends slowly but surely they buying the new Nikes and whatever. But I just keep wearing these ugly ass New Balances. Fuck it. I'm saying, like when Gucci had the thing way back, you remember? So I had one of those back when remember in 2019 you had the fanny pack? Like, yeah, I had to torch the shit. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, and I just won't buy that shit no more. And then, again, it's just little old me, but it is what it is. You know what I mean?
You still got that fanny pack though? Can I let me get it for you. I'll sell it for you. I'll sell it for you. Give it to me. You still got it.
Nah, I can't. I don't want to perpetuate any coon shit. Sway was good.
Oh, is my mic all right? Is it sounding all right? Sorry.
Yeah,
I'm
good.
right now.
Let me read these couple super chats first, and then you can jump in real quick.
You're good.
Hank, the basement, the $2 super chat. I hope my scenario wife love isn't for this bullshit.
Never.
Omega Green with the $5 super chat. Predatory behavior doesn't equal opinionated rhetoric. Are you two unable to see the difference between an opinion and a person who is harming someone? Go ahead, Sway.
Oh no, I was just getting triggered to an extent. Like, I don't know why it's hard to like just stand on anything of principle or honor or basic common sense. It's like we would literally vouch for the nigga holding a gun to your head, and I don't understand it. Like, we wouldn't have this energy if those little girls that was getting quote unquote peed on by R. Kelly was a part of your family. If that was your cousin, your daughter, your niece, your whoever, like if you knew them directly, you wouldn't be supporting them. But the fact that apparently that little girl or multiple little girls didn't really give a fuck about their lives, how they affected them or part of their family, it is what it is. Y'all just like his music. And it's somewhat triggering because when we talking about people who are on these spaces influencing, leading, talking, and want to make impact to the young and youth, and you think that this is the rhetoric to spew, it's not going to get us anywhere. You're going to get the same cycle of trauma that you're perpetually saying we need to understand. It's just going to create the cycle. The ideology you're pushing continues to cycle.
So Sway, are you a part of the R. Kelly cancel culture?
I don't listen to R. Kelly. I'm not old. It's not part of my generation.
Do you listen to anything else that he has produced?
Anything that he's produced?
I don't listen to R. Kelly. I'm not.
Have you listened to anything that he has produced?
Anything he's produced?
What does he produce?
Jay-Z, Chris Brown.
I don't listen to Jay-Z. I don't listen to Chris Brown.
Stop the cap.
I don't listen to none of them niggas.
I don't listen to that crap either.
I don't.
But you guys have to do your research.
Jay-Z, Chris Brown is for y'all. Why would I listen to what?
You probably listen.
Why don't you ask me who I listen to? I don't.
It's not. That's not that.
What did he? What do you think he?
You can't comprehend what the.
I don't listen to anything R. Kelly.
Did you listen to anything with Tory Lanez? Did you listen to anything with
projecting that I listen to R. Kelly.
Hold on.
Okay.
I don't know R. Kelly. Tory Lanez.
Y'all love R. Kelly. Y'all grew up with R. Kelly, and you knew his music before these allegations, which is fine. But I'm just saying, stand on something.
Have you listened to anything from Tory Lanez, like any of his music?
I don't listen to Tory Lanez.
None of it. Nothing.
No.
Okay. I'm gonna find somebody else that you probably listen to.
Well, here's
on
what's
the radio,
crazy.
I mean, I don't know, like there's no in my playlist of me just my day-to-day Tory Lanez, Jay-Z, Chris Brown, R. Kelly, none of these people come up.
You said if it's on the radio, but then you're listening to it, turn it off.
Control that.
Yes, you can turn it off.
Can I interject really quickly, Sway?
I'll say this. For the most part, I don't really listen to radio. I have an aux or a Bluetooth. So
then why would you say it?
Because it is an example of an uncontrollable source of music where I guess like you said, it's something that I didn't put on myself. But for the most part, I don't listen to radio either. That's why these people don't come to my brain day to day. I don't listen to none of that. This isn't a hot topic. It's not hard for me to say, okay, don't support R. Kelly because he's a pedo. So
do you go to clubs? You go to parties?
I don't go to clubs.
You don't listen to me? Okay, so you don't go to cookouts? So you don't go nowhere. You just a nomad. You just sit in the house and be chilling. Because I guarantee you, if somebody's playing a song that's played by these people, you gonna walk out and be like, oh no, I can't listen to this. No. You ain't doing that. You sitting there talking about chilling.
I go to cookouts, but I promise you this: I'm not one of the ones who sits in the corner is quiet. If R. Kelly comes on or a pedo comes on and I recognize it, I'm gonna say change this shit. It's not hard.
Okay.
Y'all listen to a pedo. Y'all easy to guilt trip.
No,
y'all listen to a pedo. Everybody, all right, Sway, whatever, and they move on. They change the next song. It's not hard to tell niggas to change the song because they listen to somebody.
It's not,
what?
It's not, Sway, but the thing is, it's a lot of niggas that come on talking that shit that you talking, and then in real life they really not doing what you saying.
So are you talking to them niggas? Or you talking to me?
And it's possible. So I'm gonna let you have that. It's possible.
So talk about me, not them niggas.
I'm talking to you right now. You didn't know everything that R. Kelly touched. So you're just like, I don't listen to R. Kelly.
You don't know everything R. Kelly touched. You're just assuming shit.
Let me interject. Hey, Q, let me interject really quickly. I'll be really quick.
You perpetuate that we should support the nigga with the gun to your head. You perpetuate the niggas that will shoot you and not care about anything about it afterwards other than what you can give to them. I don't understand the point of it.
I'm not canceling shit. Even if you were a piece of shit, I wouldn't cancel you.
Okay, Q.
First?
Okay, thank you. Look, I just wanted to say this really quickly. It's kind of weird that you guys are trying to say, like, okay, we know he produced all these stuff with all these artists for a long part of time. Cool. If you told me he produced a whole bunch of songs, or he was I'll use Cameron as an example. He's one of my favorite rappers ever, or whatever. If somebody said, hey, hold on, let me finish, Q. If somebody came to me was like, Cameron, not only did he make songs with R. Kelly, but he's sexual misconduct. Of course, I'm not going to be happy because a lot of his songs were in my informative years. So yes, I wouldn't be happy about canceling or not listening to him, but that's not going to be a bridge too far for me. So if you come to me like, oh, well, Cameron, he's got all this pedal and he was riding with R. Kelly. I'm like, damn, really? Damn, that sucks. I can't listen to that nigga no more. And then it's going to be, that's it. But you trying to say, oh, you're not going to be willing to do that. A lot of men are going to be willing to cancel other men over stuff like that. I guarantee you. And especially y'all have a problem with R. Kelly and all these artists because they're made for you guys, not me.
What I'm saying is you guys are singing a good song. But
who is you guys?
Y'all are not sitting there actively listening to every single song that R. Kelly has touched in every single way to say, because I stand on this, oh, you're playing that Michael Jackson record, you have to shut that off. Y'all are not doing that. Y'all are not getting into it with employers because they're playing that shit at the Christmas party.
It's nice that you know me personally.
That's what I'm saying. Y'all not doing that.
Dudes that you cape for and dudes that probably in your proximity won't do that, actually. But I know a lot of upstanding men that will definitely do that. You tell me, look, I know people that literally, if their own family member was convicted of a crime, they wouldn't even mess with them no more. Depending on what the crime is.
And we're not talking about none of that.
Yeah, right? We already said they ain't invited to the cookout, so it's the same thing.
You're the one that's saying, oh, you guys are going to invite him to your party. Nobody said that. What we're saying is we're not going to not listen to his music because there's a separation between the man and the gift.
That's what I said. Saying. He's not being invited around my children. He's not being invited.
You ladies make that separation amongst your head. Apparently, the men don't make that separation.
But in
that's
some way,
I'm not even going to speak amongst all the ladies because it seems Love has a bit of both. She kind of, I don't know her perspective, but I think she's leaning more towards him. Alex is pretty quiet, so I don't think she's on your side either. So I'm not going to speak for all the women, but there's, for some reason, even in the chat, for the majority part who support this type of separation, it's the artists to the pedophilia, is typically come from the women. And I don't know why you can't see how that ideology perpetuates the same narrative, the same trauma, the same loop of things you actually are trying to fix. It's not going to get us anywhere. And that's what we're telling you. Us supporting openly, whatever the fuck, fine. I would be more okay with you just listening to it, but not openly supporting it on these platforms.
And we just said that we listen to it. We're not openly supporting it. We will listen to it.
But then it's convenient.
Why do you think you're jumping? Why do you think you're smiling because you think you caught me? Well, like I said, I would rather, if you guys are up to your own free will, I would rather you guys, if you guys really just want to listen to it, but don't come on these platforms perpetuating a narrative to people thinking that this is an ideology that it's okay. It's not okay.
It's okay for me to listen to music that I like.
You're a grown ass woman. You can do whatever you want, is what I'm telling you. But I'm saying when you come on these platforms pushing an ideology and a narrative of what's right and wrong, and morality, and what we should and should not do, you're wrong. And I can speak that on my own stance.
But there's a difference between spitting an ideology and then keeping it a buck, right? And keeping it a buck.
You're not keeping it a buck. You're supporting the nigga with the gun to your head. I don't understand.
But I'm being honest about it. So is that not keeping it a buck?
Like I said, if that little girl was your daughter, that little girl was your niece, that little girl was your cousin, you wouldn't be openly supporting him. You wouldn't be saying it's okay. You wouldn't say
you wouldn't be invited nowhere around.
You wouldn't be. I just know you wouldn't.
Your ideology invites them around, whether you know it or not. Whether you want to recognize it or not, whether you want to admit it or not.
Do you listen to Michael Jackson? Any Michael Jackson songs? Any songs from anybody from the old days?
Don't listen to those people. I don't listen to people. Listen, if there's proven allegations, proven like 20 years ago, when I was looking into it, I was like, for one, ain't no way I'm listening to a grown-ass man who lets children sleep in his bed. I don't care what damn trauma you went through. I went through trauma. Hold on. I went through trauma, but guess what? You got to respond differently. So I'm like, look, Michael Jackson slept in a bed platonically with children. I don't fuck with that. And I will never. I don't listen to that nigga.
You guys are full of shit. Because y'all talking about, if he did that to your family naturally. Because that was done to your family.
I wouldn't feel comfortable with that.
It's done to your family. It's personal, right? But at the same time, y'all the same niggas that'll sit by and watch videos of women being abused, tormented, and tortured. And y'all don't do shit because that's not y'all family. Y'all the same niggas that let this 14-year-old boy have to defend his mom. So y'all full of shit.
I don't know if you know about AFR. I don't engage in trash ghetto culture, ma'am. Okay? So all this stuff you talking, I don't even engage in.
Their own way, bro. Keep it a buck, right? Everybody in their own way finds a way to not stand up for everything. Y'all are not them real stand-up niggas that stand up for everything. Y'all got me fucked up. Y'all not that. Y'all not.
Hey, I stand on what I stand on.
Let's not sit there and play them games and act like you will give any nigga
I'll say this one thing,
you saw some disrespectful shit happening. You'll be rubbing your eyes just like you are right now, acting like you ain't see that shit and running the fuck home.
It's one thing to not stand up on everything, and it's one thing to not stand on anything. You're not standing on shit. Niggas is at least standing on certain things that actually make sense. You're not standing on nothing.
But you're not a stand up.
You giving grace to every inch way. You don't care what they've done, where the time of the party they passed. They could have did some shit yesterday to a random nigga, and you would give them grace because you trying to understand their trauma.
You didn't even know half of the tracks this nigga ever made. You're
God
just
damn,
some
I don't.
energy saying some light skinned shit that sound good.
Keep
it a buck, my nigga. You came on here, so keep it.
Wow, you went to the colorism,
dude. Everybody came for
dark skinned woman goes to colorism, huh?
I'm not offended. Okay. It just shows where the conversation goes. It shows who's actually winning the arguments, and it shows who has no actual perspective on the conversation. They're in their feelings and running a narrative that makes no sense.
You're saying shit that sounds sweet. Y'all typical type of niggas. We see y'all in the streets. Y'all don't
yes, colorist, we understand. You couldn't attack. You couldn't attack what he said. You attacked his
Hamp, when you called her out, Hamp, and when you said you're really not about that life, and I could tell the way you're talking about, and you not in these streets doing the same shit that I'm doing because you wouldn't be perpetuating this narrative. She didn't say nothing, Hamp. She didn't respond to you. She didn't say anything like, yes, I am. I actually am doing this and that. She didn't say shit.
But
she's not out here doing anything. What is she talking about us saying we're not doing anything, being standing up for niggas? You're not standing up for nothing but talking. when Hemp called you out, you was zip zap quiet. You didn't respond. You just say, "Yeah, well, I'm gonna be me. I'm gonna stand on me. I'm gonna stand on my stand on." But you have no real life example to stand on. You just talk. You have nothing to stand on, ma'am. I apologize. I apologize. I apologize. I apologize, ma'am. I apologize, ma'am. I just truly, ma'am, truly. I wish you were as right as you are passionate, because you are totally wrong right now. I promise.
No, I'm not.
It's outstanding.
You niggas
It's
be scared
outstanding.
to go at him
This is
for real.
wow.
Don't
This
try
is
to bring him
scary.
into it and
This
say,
is
I didn't
scary to
say
think.
shit.
Wait, do you
I already
date
came
women?
at the nigga earlier in the show.
You date women, correct?
I already came at the nigga
You date
earlier in
women,
the show.
correct?
Don't try
That
to
doesn't
move the
matter.
goalposts. Address what I'm
No,
saying.
it do matter, because if
You've
she's
been doing
dating
that the whole
women in relationships,
conversation.
if she's
Address what
pushing
I'm
this narrative
saying.
off to other women,
You're
this
not
is just
addressing
moving
what I'm
the.
saying. Speak for yourself. You can't, and you're proving my point.
This is why
You
y'all
another
can't lead
fugazi
shit.
nigga
Y'all
trying to
gotta
hop on
chill
the
out.
podcast.
No,
You another fugazi nigga trying
let
to hop on
women
the
like
podcast.
love speak. Let
You're
women like
another
love speak.
fugazi
Or
nigga
Alex,
trying to
you
hop
just
on the podcast.
just say everything you have as an
Or
opinion. Just,
exactly, because when you niggas get up here and y'all have nothing to
there's
say,
no
y'all say a
validity
whole
to
bunch of
anything you're
nothing,
saying,
which is
ma'am.
what you're doing
I
right now.
apologize that you think you're
Say
correct,
something with
but your life
substance
tells you
regarding
you're wrong because you
yourself.
actually haven't done
This is
anything.
your moment.
There's nothing a part of your life that tells you what you
This
say is
is
correct.
your moment.
That's
Sway.
why the
Everybody
people who
don't get
are
the
doing the
opportunity.
same shit that you
Say
think you
something
should be
with
doing
substance.
disagree with you. Every person that actually is on the ground doing the
Say
boot
something
work
with
that
we're
you
not
should be
talking about
doing
everybody. Why
disagree
you
with
bringing
you.
everybody in it? It's giving the type of nigga that won't take a fair one but a jumper nigga. Why you bringing everybody else in it? I'm talking to you.
What the fuck did that just mean?
I have no idea.
Nigga, mind your business. We not
He
talking
ain't talking to you. She's
Sit
not
there with
talking to
your
you.
mustache and chill
I
out.
don't care.
I'm talking to Sway.
Hey, I'm up here listening.
Imagine if somebody called you a black,
Dude,
dark-skinned
I'm
black
not
bitch, how you would have acted. Like you treated him, like you talked about his skin color. Imagine if somebody called you a dark-skinned black bitch. Y'all would have went
I
crazy.
am not talking to you though, sir.
Hypocrite.
Oh, let them
Comb your
finish.
mustache and relax. Sway.
Let them
I'm
finish
talking
real
to you. Stand on some shit.
Do you have a question?
There was plenty for you to say. You want to bring everybody else into it. I said leave them out of it.
Do you have a question?
There was plenty for you to say. Everybody
So you have no question.
To come up here.
You don't have a question.
Saying a lot of shit and bringing people.
I made a statement, ma'am.
No.
I made a statement, ma'am. You and Nay asked me a bunch of questions to make assumptions on my life and what I do and what I think and how I actually advocate for this, but nothing about my life shows that I advocate for the same bullshit that you think I should. I don't advocate for niggas killing each other. I don't advocate for the degeneracy. I don't advocate for pedos. I don't advocate for none of this. You live your life the way you want to live it, ma'am. Like I said, I just don't agree to you being on these platforms perpetuating an ideology that actually is a detriment to the same thing you actually want to help. It's not going to help anything. And the men have been telling you, if you want to help, your ideology isn't going to work.
Okay, but is there work and evidence or proof that you have that you do that work, that advocacy work for this? You want to talk about how I
in terms of what not supporting pedophilia? Is that what you're talking about?
What is
not supporting pedophilia?
What is it that you do? That's your
for who?
What is it that you do?
For who?
What do you do for the community?
What do I do for my community or the entire black people of the United States? I don't do anything for the entire black people of the United States, but the community in my community in my backyard, the community in my backyard, I taught 5 of my young niggas how to drive. Them niggas ain't had their license till they was 19. Why? Because their mothers don't take them anywhere or pay for driver's license or nothing. How does a group of five young black niggas at 19 years old don't know how to drive? And when they big homie who's 2 years older than them have to come back only because I know them and I was looking out for them, I have to teach them one at a time how to drive a fucking car. Where a city that doesn't have public transportation like that, we don't live in a major city, ma'am. It's not like buses and subways and all this extra shit. For the most part, you need a car to get around. And these niggas didn't know how to drive at 19.
But this is why I didn't say.
What do you think they had to do for? What do you think the ideology was when they had to do for work? You think they were going to go get a job 20 minutes away, or they were going to sell drugs in their neighborhood?
Wait, let me learn you something. This is
exactly why you think I don't do shit, but it's okay. You haven't done anything. You haven't stated an example. Hemp called you out. You didn't respond. You don't actually do shit but talk, and it's okay, ma'am. No. You like to call us brothers out on assumptions, but then when we tell you we do stuff, then you keep moving the goalposts. Where's the goalpost going to be moved to this time, ma'am?
If you would
China.
let me, right? So the reason I did not answer Hamp's question is because of the basic shit that you just said that you've done. I had many examples of that. But Hamp, I'm pretty sure, was talking about something greater that was done for the community. And that's what I was asking you.
I give you one example.
Okay, we'll let the host clarify. Hamp,
I haven't heard one example. I have not heard one example out of your mouth. You are talking about nobody else. You're talking about everybody else's examples, right? You haven't given one.
Because it's going to be that same dumb anecdotal shit that you're talking about. I'm talking about what have you done for your community?
So all your anecdotal examples would be dumb?
Let's let Hamp.
So you're telling me you would actually make this image on all your anecdotal actions are dumb.
Teaching the young niggas how to drive.
Your anecdotal actions have no meaning. I didn't say mine did. Hamp, did your anecdotal actions have no meaning? No, she said, all right. Okay, I felt mine did too, at least because that's what they said. They appreciate it. They show love even to this day.
Well,
but she's talking about her specific anecdotal actions had no meaning. So that's on you, ma'am. If you feel that the things you did in your life had no meaning, then maybe you should do different things in life.
But you don't even listen. This is stemming from another episode where people like Love listed certain anecdotal experiences and things that they're doing for people. And Hamp said that doesn't count as work being done in your community.
Yeah, so
I'm not gonna sit there and answer that question because it's gonna be some basic shit that I'm doing that's similar to the shit that you named.
Yeah, just to clarify. Yeah, so I think those you can impact one-off people for sure, but I was talking about something like more people would deem substantive.
You're talking like being on the school board or on PTA or on city council or something like that.
So you need to be there to do.
That's not hard. I mean, what are you talking about? We got youth programs all across the city. You just sign up, you do it.
I'm on the PTA at my son's school.
It's like every 2 months. You do it for like 2 months out of the years. What?
Sway, Miss Nay is one of those people that does the work, so you can't even cap right now because she's gonna know. So what is it that you do for your community?
Are you talking about Black people? Okay, just making sure you're talking about Black people because the people outside live around right now is not majority Black people. The community is where my mom lived, and that's about 5 miles down the road. So if you're talking about them, I go back there every other weekend and I talk to them. I literally gotten 10 of them jobs, and it's about to be 2 more. What are you talking about?
Why are you screaming? Oh my god!
Because y'all, she's exhausted.
Every time we try to just tell you something that's concrete and factual, we have to sit here and prove ourselves. It's been 3 men. They have to constantly. It's probably about to be a 4th, an angry snowman that we have to prove ourselves on what we're saying, even though our answers are correct, regardless of.
That's not what
it doesn't make any sense. How many men have to come up there and prove that we out here in these streets and what you're saying is wrong?
Expecting me to.
What are you saying? What are you talking about? You're not doing nothing.
Ourselves though too. A lot of times you want us to prove ourselves.
And then you saying you got them 10 jobs. What kind of jobs? Like you knocked on the nigga door and say, "I got a young man need a."
What's it matter? Are they
6 of them? 6 of them are in HVAC. 2 of them in plumbing. 2 of them are in electrical. What's up?
Fuck out of here.
What's up?
No, shift the goalpost again. You just shifted a second ago.
How many
Please shift
times
it again.
you want to shift it?
I'm not talking to you though. Get this mellow yellow motherfucker up out of here. I'm not talking to you.
Leave Black Hitler alone.
Really quick, let me get Snowman in really quick. Matthew Pearson. Matt, you been Sway got the answers.
Sway got the answers.
Hank the Basement with a $5 super chat. Q can take a shot at Sway's skin tone, but he can't talk about her sexuality.
Why not?
Well, because
I'm not gonna lie to you, I really don't care. I wasn't trying to take a shot at sexuality. It was just a question.
When Love jumped in and said, "Why does that matter?" That's what Hank's referencing.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Go for it.
Angry Snowman, what's popping? What did you want to talk about?
What's up, man?
Welcome.
Yeah, well, first, I figured one of these other people would hop up here on the panel and give a little bit of a diversity to it, you know. But the one thing, there's a couple things I heard in Sway and Q's little diatribe with each other. I'm trying to figure out how you're blaming men for that 14-year-old kid having to shoot somebody. I mean, in my opinion, his mom's the one that put him in that situation, because if she is still with his dad more than likely would have been there and that kid would have never had to do that.
Yeah, so I'm speaking to the guys that were there when it happened, right? And then whoever
That's nobody else's responsibility but that son. It's his job. He was old enough. It was his job to take care of his mom. His dad wasn't there, obviously, because she didn't want him there. So she put him in that position that he was the protector of the household.
Ooh, how do you know that she did that?
Because that's what every mom does.
So
with their
every
son.
mom doesn't want the guy there.
Every mom that gets rid of the dad makes that son, the oldest son, the protector of the household. Every mom.
Where are you getting it from that she doesn't want him there?
You know that she got rid of the dad.
What was the dad there? Was he part of the life?
No.
Well, look, just like you guys. Well, look, this is how I'm doing this, because 90% of the time when a man's not in the house, it ain't because he don't want to be there. It's because mom don't want him there. Let's keep it real. Let's keep it a buck. Let's not even play a bunch of games.
Dude, but you're not talking about.
No, it's not a lie.
But dude, you're not talking about anything. All you're doing is pulling statistics. So we're asking you direct questions, and you're answering with statistics.
Well, any other time statistics works. Q, I've sat up here and I've listened to you have debates, man. You use statistics to try and make your arguments all the time.
She never uses stats. She never uses stats. She never uses stats. She does not.
I don't.
She uses feelings.
That's another thing. Feelings. If you guys actually watch the show.
Well,
and why aren't statistics valid?
Yeah, why?
I mean, if this is what the
him a direct question and he's like reading from fucking Google. I'm asking you a direct question.
I'm reading from Google, ma'am. I can turn my camera around. I can show you what I got here. Actually, what I did is I took notes in a notebook while you guys were sitting there having a discussion, and I wrote down what I wanted to talk about. That's what I did.
From your handy dandy notebook.
Yeah, my handy dandy. That's what people that actually want to have an intellectual discussion do. They take notes.
Do you know that the mom did not want the dad there?
No, but it's safe to assume she didn't.
So you make an assumption. That's an opinion. That's not a.
Isn't a well? Yeah, actually, an assumption is kind of like an opinion.
Is it a fact though?
It can be a fact.
Oh my God!
No, it's an opinion.
If the statistics back it up, then it can be a fact. And the simple fact is I didn't say why the father wasn't there to begin with. All I said is the father wasn't there.
No, you said the mother doesn't want him.
Oh, okay, yeah, you're right. I probably did say the mother wasn't there, but how is that any different than Q just going ahead and just assuming that it was all the other men's fault and responsibility that a 14-year-old kid had to pull out a gun?
They were present and did nothing, and that's what
I. So what? You're assuming all these other guys are willing to risk possibly getting shot for dealing with something that didn't belong, that had nothing to do with them? It wasn't their old lady. It wasn't their dad.
They were present and did nothing. That's what I was speaking to.
They shouldn't have to do nothing.
Right. That's
the truth of the matter is if the man, if that kid's dad was there, that woman probably wouldn't have got out of pocket either. He would have kept her in line.
And the fact that he wasn't.
That's your opinion, but it doesn't take away from the fact that they were present and did nothing. And that's what
the fact that they were present and did nothing has nothing to do with the fact of whether or not they're men. You want to know what? Really, they probably were acting on the better behalf of men because they probably have families they got to go back home to.
And again, after that fact, your statement is just an opinion.
And so are all of yours.
Dude, you going
you just said statistics.
Then so are all of yours. If what I'm sitting here is an opinion, then so is everything you just said.
But I spoke.
You know this is an opinion-based show, though, right? We all give opinions.
Okay, so then why are we sitting here arguing about opinions? Then she gave hers, I'm giving mine.
I mentioned it, but it was a fact.
He's giving hers, I gave mine. No, it isn't a fact, ma'am.
Nothing.
They don't have to do nothing.
They
don't have to do nothing.
But that's your opinion.
No, it's not an opinion. That's actually the way shit goes. Nobody has to do anything they don't want to do, ma'am.
Okay. So then if I'm saying that I'm choosing not listen to R. Kelly's music, then why is this guy coming up here saying you can't come on these platforms and say this?
Who said who? I didn't hear you say you were choosing not to. Aren't you the one sitting here arguing for R. Kelly's music?
Oh, she was talking to Sway.
Can I do super chat?
So when Sway said what we should not be doing, you're saying nobody should be doing that.
You know what? The truth of the matter is what I think Sway and what Hamp. Ma'am, let me answer your question. Let me answer your question. Stop flapping your gums. Now, look, the truth of the matter is I think what Sway and what Hamp actually meant was when they talk about supporting an artist that does that, more like going out and buying their products that they sell, their albums, their music on Spotify or on iTunes or whatever, going out and buying concert tickets if they still have concerts, buying shirts or any other products, you're actually financially supporting them. And I believe that that's more what they're talking about than someone who listens to a song that's playing on the radio or goes to a club and it happens to be played at the club, or you go to a party or a barbecue and someone happens to throw it in on the record player. That's what they're talking about, personally supporting. Am I correct, fellas? Is that what you guys were more so leaning towards as far as supporting someone who does that shit?
Yeah, that's in line. It's intentional.
Yeah. So we're gonna all clap for you silently because that was never missed. But the question that I just asked you is, if you're saying I can't say that it was not the responsibility of those men, then why is Sway telling us what we have to do and that we cannot say what it is that we're saying regarding R. Kelly's music?
Nobody said what you had to do. They just said be consistent.
No, that's what Sway said. He's
literally saying it's your responsibility to pick and choose whether or not you want to support someone that's a pedophile.
That is what he said. He put the responsibility and onus on us.
Sway said, well, hold on, let me just clarify and then we get the super chats and you can jump back in, man. Hold on.
Right over your head.
Sway said, do what you want, just like Snowman said. However, be careful perpetuating those messages of supporting a pedophile.
Say that. Run the tape back.
Come on, man, because I'm gonna have to hit the mute button if you just keep jumping in. Come on, man. Seriously, come on. So he said, if you want to listen to it, go ahead. But he said, don't perpetuate that message of supporting a pedophile to the masses on a large platform like this.
I mean, because isn't it?
Did he say don't, or he said you can't?
You know what, Hamp, what I find funny is it seems to be the same people that want to sit and excuse why they go ahead and still support, musicians and artists and actors and actresses that do this stuff, are the same ones that'll get on social media and try and lambaste somebody or character assassinate someone who might have said something, or they heard they said something. They'll go at them with no evidence other than people's word of mouth as far as the pedophilia shit goes. But it's okay to go ahead and support all these high profile individuals and the stuff they do and and keep buying the products that they put out. But we'll go ahead and character assassinate somebody that we just heard might have said some stuff, but we don't have no actual proof on.
And Angry Snowman, you're speaking in general, right? Because if
I'm not.
Social media, you won't see that shit.
Generally, he has a point, but it wouldn't. That point in particular wouldn't pertain to UQ.
Right.
Where with the $5 super chat? I thought Sway was about to say some profound shit, and he come talking about some driving lessons.
Right. Exactly.
Nah, I'm just.
It all adds up. Hold on. Let me.
You know what I mean?
Hold on. I gotta finish the super chat.
I did that. I was 20 years old, so 21.
I gotta finish super chats, and you guys can get back in. Matt with the $2. Q took that L. That's that Fight Club energy.
There's no L taken.
Matt with the $2 super chat. Love, stay out of this one. Just stay out of this. You not with them.
I'm staying with my peoples.
Hank with the $2 super chat. Q is taking more L's than the Houston Texans. God.
No, definitely not.
I'm sorry. I think the chat speaks.
No, I think the chat.
They tell no lies.
The chat speaks bullshit. The chat is a lot of you guys.
That's an opinion.
The chat is you guys' advocates. That's a fact.
That's your opinion.
Right. That's a fact for me.
Your opinion isn't valid.
Dude, you're being petty now. Get out of your petty bag. Don't do that.
Dude, you've been petty since I turned on the channel.
Hold on. AFR, let me address this with Angry Snowman. Angry Snowman, you will learn very quickly about me. I do not like when men come on here with feminine energy. Get out of your petty bag.
Feminine energy? I far from have feminine energy, ma'am.
You are being very petty and passive aggressive right now, and it's not
passive aggressive.
Yes, you are.
Why are you acting like a woman? Why are you sitting here trying to act like a woman and be a man at the same time?
First rifleman.
Okay, here's the deal. Well, one, I'm gonna have to
proclaim to be a man. Y'all must think that.
Okay, cool. Thank you, Miss Nan.
You're welcome. Go ahead.
Okay. Well, here's the deal. For one, very masculine comedian. That just goes without saying. Very masculine. And then the second thing I'm gonna say to speak to Will's super chat. There's a young man in Georgia called King Randall X. He has the X school for boys. What he does, similar to what Sway did, They don't know how to fix something. They don't know how to get a license. They don't literally life skills that we are not teaching our young black boys. He's doing that right now. And it starts with getting your driver's license, learning how to pay your taxes, which is stuff that my black mother chose not to teach me. I had to learn that on my own and with the help of other men that cared about me. So his point is very good. Every little small thing a black man can do for a younger black man or his age, whatever, that all snowballs into something good. Even though it might be a drop in the bucket, it goes to something good. So for people to like just dismiss what he did, lets me know people ain't serious at all. And also too, black women with these single mothers, and this is just my opinion, but these single mothers that have all these boys that they don't know what to do with, you need to start paying grown men that have something that are decent men. You say, here's 50, here's $100. Please teach my son something. Let him spend time with a masculine man that can teach him how to fish, teach him how to fix a car, teach him how to do these life skills that y'all don't want to do, or you want to get a nigga to do it for free. If you give them a little, you know what I'm saying? But so, in all seriousness,
they don't want their sons to be masculine, dude.
Why are we gonna pay you to do something? Why can't you just do it out of the kindness of your heart?
Because if it ain't mine, why should I have to?
It costs. Listen, it costs money for gas. Hold on. My time is actually worth something. Takes money for gas, and listen, I can do charity work. I do charity work. That's not a problem. But if there's a whole community of boys and a few men, they need to be compensated another way. And I'm not talking about no dirtbag. They need to get their D's taken care of, like literal actual compensation, so they don't get drained while trying to help the community. Just like we come on these platforms and we like, hey, you need to donate to these Negroes and they doing all this for us, blah, 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 blah. You ain't got no problem. But if there's a man actually taking on the responsibilities of your baby's father, he don't deserve anything. Get out of here with that.
I have a question for AFR real quick. So you said something about your black, your word choice is very interesting. Your black mother did not teach you how to drive, right? And so my question for you is, do you hold pent up anger towards single black females? I'm just said that. Don't roll your eyes. I'm really asking this question because you said it with a little bit of vitriol. My single black mother chose not to teach me how to drive, blah, 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 blah. So I'm asking, do you believe you have a little bit of a bias or anger pent up because of what your mother was deficient in when she raised you?
For one, that's kind of like, I don't know if that's SBE at all, but that's kind of like the first thing black women like to go to.
No. What's SBE? Wait, what's SBE?
Shame, blame, and explain. Or that's men. But anyway, you guys go to that. Okay, well, ignore that. Just reset. Pretty much several times when I say that, like I say truths about my life because I believe in transparency and I don't believe in lying. That's what happened. That was my situation. And sometimes you know it could be animated on how I say it, but that doesn't make me like hate my mother or hold that against it. 20 years ago, we could have that conversation and I probably was like, yeah, I have mommy issues. But no, I'm like way past all that. But the thing about it is we have to understand that telling the truth is not vitriol against black women. Literally, I just proved like what you okay, hold on, love. Y'all tried to take away from what Sway has done in his community for those young black men. Okay. What there's a pattern here. Do you not see it?
No. So because there was
two of them were light skinned.
You have to let me answer the question. It was already explained because Hamp even said it was based upon and Q said it too. It was based upon a past podcast in which we were talking about what we did. And Hamp was talking about, and he said it again tonight, substantial activities and ways you give it back to the community. And so that was the point of that. We weren't dogging out talking about how to drive, but what we were talking about a past podcast. And I wasn't trying to shame you or blame you. I literally asked, and thank God you got the healing you needed from those 20 years ago. But I asked that on purpose because the way you said it, and you talked about a couple of times about the single mothers, right? And it was very vitriolic in your tone. And
I get it. No,
It's not
I get
about
it,
me
love,
not
but
the truth. It's not about
no,
me being afraid of the truth. I'm not afraid of the truth, but there's a way in which you can disseminate a message and not
no, I
sound
get it. Well,
vitriolic. That's all.
no, I get it, but that's unfortunately instead of just concern. Because the thing about it is, I can listen to something I don't like, and I will make sure I don't get triggered long enough to where I take it in, analyze it, and then say something. But you guys hear something. I'm not saying you did, but a lot of times the answer you get or the question you ask me, it's pretty much a variation of "Yo, mama black." You know what I'm saying? Like that's literally all that is. I'm not saying you're doing that, but that's a variation of that. It's a nicer way to say, but your mama's black. So why would you say something mean and disparaging? Look, black women have a problem. They need men in the homes to help raise their freaking sons. That's it. And 70+% of y'all either choose not to, whether it's his fault, your fault, whatever, he ain't in the home. And we need to fix that. And I'm trying to tell you that right there set me back in my life. I had to play catch up. So what I'm saying is the answer is King Randall. He's already doing that stuff that don't really matter. He's already doing it and it's already paying dividends.
So are you saying the reason why it set you back is because you didn't have your mom pay a man to help take care of you?
She just didn't take the basics of my fostering seriously. She had other priorities and I wasn't her priority. And that's it. My story isn't unique.
And there was no man that could have said, I want to pour into this young black man to help him out and be in the community like Sway is doing for other people. I'm sure he's not asking people to give him $50 or more to help them get jobs or anything. He's probably doing it from the kindness of his heart.
There was only a few men I had proximity with that saw enough promise in me to where, like, you know what, I'm gonna do this for this young black boy. Because they have they feel service oriented. I was lucky enough to be near those people. If it wasn't for them, I don't know where I'd be right now. But the main thing is, men cannot do this for free. If we have to do this village stuff that y'all women love, talk about the village, we take the village and all that. The village don't run for free. You know what I'm saying? And also too, you might be asking that black man that's gonna help foster and mentor your boy. He may already have a woman or a wife, but he's so dead set that he wants to help. You need to compensate that man. And also he's taking a risk because there's been plenty of married men with children that have gone into the community help and it got deleted.
So go ahead, Ham. I guess you
go ahead.
No, I agree, funny enough, with American and Nay to an extent. Because I was in Nave's perspective as a young person, thinking to the older men, like, why aren't y'all? Because I never got a helping hand. There was no old heads coming back to me and teaching me and giving me game and pulling me out of the community or doing. There was none of that. And so I was like, why y'all niggas so stiff on giving niggas the game? And I was so adamant, like, just give it to me so I can move forward. But I'm coming from the perspective that if it's me, I'm going to do the right thing with it, not understanding that this has to be a congruent thing through and through when you're talking about a perspective that the game has to be sold, not told. And it doesn't necessarily have to be compensated in money either. It can be compensated in you just taking the initiative of interest and then saying, hey, I'll do this for you. Hey, I'll do this for you. Hey, what do you need done? Hey, like little shit like, basically showing that level of interest that you actually value the things that he would be teaching you. And until you do that, a nigga ain't just gonna pull up on you and give you the game. He might do it once or twice, and when he had that good faith at the beginning, but after a while, that shit dwindle out within the best of us. And so I started out. I spoke to probably 20 niggas from the group from the ages 26 to 18, and I only started out with 3. And then it trickled on because they kind of vibed off of what the other 3 was saying. And I was telling them, if you tell them this and that, it'll slowly trickle. And then at this point, I got 10. I ain't saving them other niggas because the other niggas is too gone. The other niggas is done. And unless I can see it to them, I'm not gonna put my reputation on the line and try to send them to one of these companies that I know and say, hey, hire him when I know he gonna be a fuck up or fuck some shit up. Nah, I ain't. Like y'all kind of killed that faith with me. Y'all gonna have to build that with somebody else, or you're gonna take a while to build that back within me. But right now, I'm not recommending none of y'all. It is what it is.
I just have to say this, and it's no disrespect, AFR. What it's sounding like is you're basically telling men, like, don't help these single black mothers out unless they're compensating you financially. They need to pay you in order to pour into the community and help the other children. But then women like myself, we'll do it out of the kindness of our hearts. We'll actually volunteer our time. We'll do things because we're not looking at the monetary value behind it. There are, like to Sway's point, because I was actually going to say that, there's so much else that you can gain from helping a poor in your community. It doesn't have to be monetary. But the way you were saying it was like, oh yeah, don't help these kids out here unless you get paid to do so. That's it. And it's almost, and it was sounding like you upset, like your mother didn't put money out there to pay for you to get any type of help from any man in the community. That's sad, but that's what it sounds like. You're perpetuating that.
And fair enough, but the deal is that, like, this is 2023. You can't just put yourself out there and have it to where you can get drained of your resources, your time, your everything, because you can't get that back. So it doesn't have to necessarily be money, but something that would help his life better, whether it be money or something. I don't know. That's up to the individual man to work that deal out with the mother. But the thing about it is, I'm definitely for don't help them unless you're getting something out of it, because at the end of the day, you can, like, there's always going to be men that want to go in there, roll their sleeves up, and no matter what, by any means necessary. That's cool. I'm all for that. But unfortunately, like if I went in there right to the Black community right now with my voice, not even talking no rhetoric, no politics, nothing, just like, I'm here to help, give, and do or whatever. Just by my voice alone, some insane Negro can just be like, "Oh, this, you know how some people are on some insane mental illness stuff and misinterpret me," and that's, you know what I'm saying, that can happen. You know, regular people on our own people, we hurt our own people all the time. So what I'm saying is, I'm not going to advocate for random do-gooder men just to be the cleanup man in the community. And then when something happens, be like, "Oh, well, you know, we gotta reach what teach one. We black, so that's our responsibility." Hell no. There's
right,
no community.
I'm gonna just. Oh, sorry.
Let me just. Anything you're good at, you shouldn't do it for free in general. But you need to compensate people for their time. And if you compensate people for their time, you get a much greater yield from that person, right? You should be willing to pay for services. Our children get left behind because we don't put them in stuff. We don't put them in swimming and the piano because we think stuff will be free. It's not always going to be a program.
How many
Some
kids
things
are in
are
Boy
better.
Scouts or Eagle Scouts now?
Yeah, you want to compensate people for the things that they're doing. It could be $1, it could be pussy, whatever you want to do, whatever you want to give them something. I don't know, whatever it is you're going to use, but don't just expect people to come do for you. It doesn't even make sense. It's illogical.
I think you can still pour into people with your time and not expecting something in return. I think that you could do that, and eventually it pays off. And I'll be honest, I have my children, I've had them in therapy, and I went to men that you've had to pay. They didn't get shit. I'll be perfectly honest with you. Nothing at all.
When the kids
so
go to
I was paying for it, but what they get?
I mean, you just had a bad. You probably need some help in picking the services and who's offering.
Oh no, the father picked one. It was a black man, and then
that's it right there. I mean, you already told us about the father. You already told us about the father. So that's a poor. Don't you said he picked it? That's the problem right there. But when I was only doing just kids, like individual coaching, right? Aside from coaching at the high school, the parents would come to me and the first thing they would say is, "How much is it for an hour?" Because they understand that time is really valuable and you get what you pay for. That's how it actually works.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I have no problem with that at all because I've done it. I've done both.
The hardest, I'll say this, Nay, the hardest issue is when you have a dude like Hamp who got the game and people recognize that and they're willing to compensate it, his time is full. Like you got people willing to compensate you versus people who aren't, and they're not even taking that real initiative to like show that, hey, I really, really want this. You're just expecting him to show up and give it. It's not reality. Most people who got that game and that people willing to compensate him for that time outside of his everyday life, like his work and his family, he's going to spend that taking that extra money and then providing for his loved ones. It is what it is.
I don't understand why we have an epidemic of parents these days that don't want to invest in their kids. I mean, that's what it really boils down to. It doesn't have nothing to do with single parent or parents together. We have entirely too many parents that don't want to take the time to invest in their kids, whether it be financially or just taking the time to actually sit and learn with their children as they're going through the education process and actually be a part of that and know what's going on in their lives. Not enough parents actually want to be parents. They're expecting everyone else to parent and raise their damn kids for them, and then wonder why their kids are badass little kids that want to go out and commit crimes and end up in and out of JDC.
Not listening.
I had a question on what Q and Snowman were actually talking about, but I feel like we got lost in a rabbit hole in terms of the men not stepping up in that situation at that carry out, and what Snowman was saying, and how we just started talking about, are we all just making assumptions? But did we even have the conversation? Because this is actually one of my questions that was scrolling, but we didn't get to it. But Nay, you might be best to ask, maybe, true or false. A woman is a man's business, because that felt like that's what was kind of the sentiment in terms of why those men didn't step in that situation.
I was reading that, trying to understand what you meant by it. I'm like, what is that? What do you mean by is it? Are we a man's business?
Mm-hmm.
In what way?
Well, that was a perfect example. Like, the guys didn't do anything in the carry out. So my assumption would be then that a woman's a man's business.
Yeah, I need to sit with that because we was on a totally different topic. I was reading it, trying to sit with that one. Come back to me on that one.
Q, what you think?
Yeah, I think that if we can get to the whole thing about women, children, protecting, right? That's what you guys stand by, protecting, providing. And even with human life, we spoke on this earlier. Like, we see a bunch of people jump at somebody and we just stand there and we sit back. Like, men came to a man's rescue quicker than a woman's. That's crazy.
Like, a woman, I guess the situations are a little bit different. I know people often refer to the situations where, like, a woman's on the side of the road stranded, or she getting beat up by her man in public. They expect men to go jump in that situation, but really, you get smoked if you be with him the next day.
And I think you guys can expound on this, but I'm speaking from my observation. It gives women the impression that unless a man is getting something out of you and there is some level of compensation, he's not going to step up, even in a human way. So if you're getting dog walked by a guy as a woman, men will just walk by that, because who are you to them? You're not a piece of pussy. You're not a side bitch. You don't do anything for them. So you guys come up here and y'all vent and y'all tell women how y'all feel. So this is my observation where it comes to men, and it's like, but to your point, Hamp, when a man had a specific situation relating to his job, people use that as a justification to stand up for him. I feel like largely, specifically Black women, don't feel protected enough.
That's true.
And it is situational.
So I'll go first, and then Snowman, then AFR. So I think one, no doubt, Sway. Hey, Matt, y'all, appreciate you, bro. $2 super chat. I'm out. I support good channels. Keep pushing, bro. No doubt.
Shit like that.
Man, show mad love today, man. Well, when I was posing the question, I really had Alex in mind. Because, and then just her, because I just heard her say it last. But with that my body, my choice stuff, how we want to exclude men from being able to have any say so in that, but then we got to risk and give our lives from random women. But then we can't say nothing if you want to have an abortion or not. We don't have any say so in that. So it just is like a little bit like a flip flop, give and take. When you want us, we need to be there. But when you don't, and then it was believe all women. And so people getting accused of things that they're not guilty of and losing 5-10 years out their life. People getting canceled, right, for just being accused of certain things. So it's funny for men. Like when a woman in the gym, the bar fell on her neck, nobody went to help her because they think they're gonna get me too. Like all these fake TikTok what are they, trainers or whatever the case is. So it's dangerous. And then you go over there because she arguing with her man that she argue with every single day. You get popped, shot, or stabbed, and she's still with that motherfucker the next day.
So yeah, I'm glad you clarified that. So in some ways, it sounded like some of what you were saying in the beginning was like a lick back, right? Like, oh, so now you want me. So in a way, it's like, oh, here's your lick. Oh, I see. You kind of like how Ice Cube did Ebony in the Players Club. You remember that scene? Where she got raped at junior party, and he said, "Oh, tell Ebony we understand. No, do me no." That was like his lick back.
No. Mm-hmm.
You get what I'm saying? So some of what you said in the beginning sounded like that, where you're like, "Oh, so it's convenient over here."
It was true.
Something else.
Yeah, I was saying that.
Yeah. So right. So then the other part of what you're saying, I think resonated a little bit more, which is having to assess each situation. What I'm saying is, when a situation is easy to assess and wronged, I've seen where men still won't step up.
You got cut out.
What I'm speaking to.
You cut out for a second. You must have got a phone call or something.
Yeah. So what I was speaking to was those situations where it is justifiable to stand up for that woman, and men still don't step up. You get what I'm saying? It's not like one of those situations where you got to assess it and you're like, oh, so shorty just be coming around and she a drama queen, or I'm gonna do this, but then she gonna be right back with homie next week. It's not those situations. It's where you can obviously see that this woman needs some assistance. She's in a fucked up situation, and men still will just turn a blind eye to it.
Yeah. Do you think that you guys maybe brought it on by the equality and the feminist movement, where women say they can do what men can do? Why do you guys even value our protection anymore?
I don't think it's that, because again, that gives lip back. That's that first thing I was talking about, where it's like, so now we have an opportunity to take something from you, so we just gonna let whatever happens to you happen to you.
But you guys want to keep.
But where's the like? I guess what I'm speaking to more so is morals, right? Like I remember, like one of my first apartments, and this lady was getting like beat to the point where she was about to get killed. Like I was convinced this lady was gonna die, and I lived in a complex with over 20 other people. Obviously, single men lived out there, and nobody did anything to help her. And then it was like, I'm like, yo, I gotta do something. I called the cops to come out and take a look and make sure she was okay. And then the next day, her face was beaten in. It's like, damn, I could have saved that lady's life, and I was proud of that. But to just know that that's the society that we live in, where people, and including men, are so desensitized to certain things like that. Like this lady screaming for help. You hear all this shit falling in the apartment, and nobody was really trying to step up. Like, I'll never forget that experience, and to just see that in so many other situations, whether it's like being out and about or whatever. It sounds like you're saying something powerful. Like we not gonna step up because y'all think y'all could do everything. Y'all think this, y'all think that, y'all function in y'all masculinity. So if we see somebody doing something that's not right, we just gonna turn our head to it because that's what you deserve. That's what I mean. I don't know if Nate is hearing the same thing. I think
your take is solid. I wouldn't say deserved, right? I think men are unsure. And so we erring on the side of ourselves. We erring on the side of caution now, as opposed to just jumping out there. Because what do you get when you jump out there? You know? How often are women saying thank you?
Right. So you have something to gain. Right.
Yeah. So it could just be shit. It could be. Is it the risk? Is the risk worth the reward?
So, but there has to be a reward, is what you guys are saying.
Well, the reward is just getting her out of danger. Is it worth the risk? So it don't have to be like I got to get money for it, but the reward is getting her out of danger. Is it worth the risk? And
like, I'm sorry. I was gonna say, isn't that what men are supposed to do? Risk their lives to help and protect the woman. And I'm just gonna say, in this case, the black woman, because I'm a black woman.
Their woman. That's a man's responsibility. All women. That's what we're having a conversation about.
But I think that's probably why that feminist movement took place, because women are not feeling protected by men. So they're like, you know what? I haven't been protected by men.
No, it wouldn't. It wouldn't.
The feminist movement.
They wanted to be equal, not protected.
Yeah, that's not the one.
To me,
I've never in my life seen a man allow someone else to do anything to his woman ever.
Yeah,
never once.
Right, to his woman. Right. So that's what I'm saying.
No, because he does it to his woman. That's
so what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is, if we have, What I'm saying is, if we had more women that had their man with them, and not living as a single individual, raising a kid by themselves, regardless of how it happened, we'll put that off to the side. If we had more women, regardless of how it happened, that had their man with them, then they would have men in their life that will stand up for them.
Yeah. Because back to Snowman's initial point, Q, then you can jump in about the carry out. Like, my wife is not going to be at the carry out at 11 o'clock at night. She not allowed to. And I'm using that word purposely. And people take those type of words offensively. I don't give a fuck. She not allowed to go to the no carry out at 11 o'clock at night.
I don't let my wife go to Walmart with the kids by herself at all, ever.
Mm-hmm. But you get my point, right? Like,
yeah, I
so,
get your point.
But go ahead, Q. Were you about to say something to Snowman, I think?
Yeah, that's weird. But I mean, I think
What,
that
going to the carry out, or she can't?
no,
to Walmart by herself.
You want to know? You know why I don't let her go to Walmart? Because I've had people that I believe were sex traffickers come and try and engage with me in the Walmart parking lots when I had my kids with me. So no, I don't want my wife up there where she could possibly get one of our kids taken, and I'm not there to help save and defend my kids. Absolutely not.
Okay, so that makes sense.
It happens all the time, and Walmarts are the prime targets.
Q, you know, and then in terms of kidnapping, almost, and I don't have the exact stat, but I'm gonna venture 99% of the time kids are kidnapped, they with their mom.
Yeah. No, and that's why I said, and I wanted to let that apology land. I apologize, Angry Snowman.
Go ahead, do you think you about to say something?
Yeah, no, I just thought it was in general because nigga, not that you a nigga. Well, I will call you a white nigga, but people be on.
So does everyone else. I'm not mad.
Yeah, people be on some weird shit. So, no, I respect that. Yeah, no, I was just gonna say, like, so you're saying you're not invested in protecting those around you.
I don't have to be. I can choose to be, but I'm not obligated to.
Right. So when I said that earlier, I said that's your opinion. Right.
No, it's not really an opinion because nobody's obligated to be invested in anybody around them. It's a choice that everybody individually makes among themselves, whether or not they want to intervene or whether or not they don't. I mean, look, whether or not something's justifiable or not for a man to be to step in and do something about it doesn't necessarily necessitate that he has to get involved.
Mm-hmm.
It's that he never signed a contract with anybody or even agreed to anything with anybody that he would get involved with every single altercation that was going to harm someone. And to assume such, I mean, it's basically saying you have all these folks out here saying that they don't want toxic masculinity in men, and they call masculinity toxic all the way up until they're being assaulted and they need that man's help and they want that toxic masculinity to come save them.
Mm-hmm.
You see what I'm saying? So men they don't have to get involved with anything, and especially if they weren't involved with it, had nothing to do with it, walked in on it. These two people, why do I have to risk my safety and my freedom? Why does AFR? Why does Hamp? I mean, the truth of the matter is like I said, she had her son there, and her son, regardless of whether he is 14 or 15, he wasn't a little dude. He knew what his responsibilities were. We all know that single moms do expect their oldest sons, because I was an oldest son to a single mom, and my mom expected me to take care of everybody in the house in that manner. I was the one that defended people.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? So he did what he was supposed to do. There was no need for another man to intervene because he was the man of the house and he did what the man of the house was supposed to do. The real responsibility on why he did what he did lies on his parents and why his mom was there alone.
So, yeah, okay. So I'm just trying to get some understanding that largely these things will continue to happen. And what I was witnessing that night that I was speaking about in my apartment will continue to happen because these women are not the responsibility of the men around them.
No, they're not.
Okay.
The only woman and children that I have an obligation to is my wife and my kids.
Okay.
Because I made an agreement with my wife. I made a literal verbal and social contract agreement with my wife in front of my peers that I would do those things. I created kids with her. Because I created those kids, I made an agreement with them that I would provide and protect them as well, because I brought them into this world against their will.
Mm-hmm.
Everyone else is not my problem.
Okay, I respect it. So I'm
I
glad to
I have a question. Thank you, Snowman. So let's say your wife was out and about somewhere and she was in danger, and there was a man that thought just like you, but he could have been in a position to assist her. Would you be like, yeah, like don't help my wife? Would you be grateful that he did something to help her?
Well, obviously, any man would be grateful, but I wouldn't sit and go off on him if he didn't, because as a man, I understand that he has no obligation to protect my wife from anything. He has no obligation to put himself in harm's way to save my wife from whatever she got herself into or otherwise.
That she got herself into?
At the end of the day, everything that we do as adults, we put ourselves into. We're the ones that choose to open the door and walk out the door every day. Regardless of what reason that is, we're the ones that make that cognitive choice. So we are the ones that put ourselves in situations.
Okay.
Yeah.
On that note, this has been a great live stream. I actually have to go. And shout out to Angry Snowman. Shout out to Miss Nay. Shout out
Nothing but love,
to
Black. Nothing but love about Black Hitler.
And comedian, just the best of luck. Best of luck. Best of luck.
Shout out to you, AFR.
Shout out to you.
Hey, Q, question. So if and we have a relationship, so this is probably not realistic, right? But let's say you sitting in a restaurant, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I come in there, I'm like, yo, get up and go to the car. Just like that. What's your next step? What's your next response?
Getting up and going to the car. Because obviously you see some shit I don't see.
And I'm just wondering if you think most women have that same response nowadays.
No.
And you see how it starts to get so problematic, right? Because that should be the response. Get up and go. We could talk about it later. And I just feel like it's just so much pushing and pulling now. But I did have another question about soft society. The red pill manosphere space, like you see in the chat, how a lot of what's being said, right? What the men say, the energy. Are men too pussy nowadays?
I was just going to say.
That was another one of my questions.
And you have how can I say it? If she senses any type of soft, fake, or unreliable energy on you, it's going to make it hard for her to listen to what you say. So yeah, I think that plays a major part in it. I think men have shown a flaw in their character at some point in that relationship, whether it's something small like, I hate to say it like this, but she about to go out with a certain outfit and you speaking your piece on it, and she just do whatever she want, and then there's no repercussion to that. Not like beating her ass or anything crazy, but I'm just saying there's no. She can really play with you like that. It's over.
Yeah, and I think you're right, and I also think the women are different, and so I think the men are different and the women are different, and they're not aligning. Like they're not different good. They're different bad. Both parties,
Well, you got to ask yourself this, Hamp: who's raising these soft men? And just listen to me for a second, because this is what the real systemic issue is in America. We have a systemic government issue where a government is intentionally incentivizing single parent homes, and specifically single female homes. We know this because females, when they end up with separating from the father, they on average, I'm gonna be generous here and say 80 to 20% get custody of these children. They also, on average, generally will be getting some kind of public assistance or living in some kind of housing development program. They also, on average, are getting child support and basically make the system is separating father from mother. The system also, on average, will sit and set up a schedule to where the father only gets to see his child on average 5 days a week. That's every other weekend, and for 2 hours on Wednesday, a month. A month. I'm sorry, 5 days a month. 2 hours on average on Wednesday that you get to spend with your child. That equals to about actually 4.5 days a month that you get to spend with your child, and that's what is court ordered. And most women, they abide and adhere to that court order, generally just despite the kid's father, because a lot of fathers, though, they will start out a separation wanting to be involved, and the woman will be spiteful and hateful and make it as hard as possible for that man to come around. Now, I'm not sitting and saying that there aren't men that aren't pieces of shit that don't want nothing to do with their kids. I know they're out there. I had one as a father myself, but you can't sit and, you know, make the exception the rule to things. The real truth of the matter is this is how it goes. Kids are used as pawns, and we have a government system that is incentivizing this happen. And so now when you have a bunch of women trying to raise men to be men, of course they're going to be effeminate when they had feminine energy teaching them how to be men.
You got a thought on that?
Angry Snowman, what about the children who have men in their lives and what mothers? So they come from a 2-parent household of opposite sex, yet they still come out fucked up.
A lot of that could also play part in the environment that they're raised in. If you're an exception to the community rule, where, you know, you're a intact, you know, multifamily home where you have mom, dad, and kids all living there, and you live in a community that is majority single family homes, where it's mom raising the kids and maybe a dad here and there raising the kids, then these kids are going to have this energy in the community, and that energy is also going to rub off even on the kid that comes from a home that has mom and dad. Have you ever heard the saying that you are the company you keep?
Birds of a feather flock together. All that.
You know, so that's how you look at that. If you go into neighborhoods where the majority is mom and dad and kids, married families raising kids, you don't see this feminine male coming out of those environments generally.
Oh yeah, we do in the Black community.
Sure do.
Yeah, that's why I asked that question. So I allowed you to make your point about the type of community, but my follow-up was going to be when that community is a more thriving community. You still see that largely.
Most of the communities that I've ever lived in, where the majority is married couples and there's only a handful of single mom or single father homes around, you don't have that type of energy with the men being raised, because there's fathers there that are involved. And generally, you see more fathers involved with the community when there is a community of married couples.
Right.
Yeah, no, and that's why when he was like, yeah, but you already told us about your baby fathers. Both of them came from both of their parents, 2 parents in the home, and they was in a church setting, and we were around other church families, and they still operate from a certain type of space. And I've seen, but when we want to talk about church, we want to talk about, you need the leadership, and you need
church has a homosexual aspect to it, though. It's already in a feminine place, right? So
but when people bring that up, it's used though. People say you need that. We have somebody that be on here all the time talking about the Christian household and putting Bible scriptures in the comment section. So I'm speaking to that too.
Going to church and saying you're religious is a far cry different than being Christian.
Yeah.
Oh, I totally know that. I totally support that. But we'll have. So I understand what Q is saying, because I have had people that are around everything as far as the man and the woman and, you know, married couple and everything, and they still come out effeminate. They still not stand-up individuals. And then you have people that are maybe coming from these single family homes that are kind of teaching a little bit more. I've seen both sides.
You can see, but it's such a small sample size, but I can use a sample size. So like coaching high school football, the school I coach has 5,000 kids, right?
A lot
of kids, all 2-family households, right? Their structure is different. How the boys respond to discipline is different. And when we go play some of the city schools, they can't hold a candle to us because they can't stay disciplined the whole game. And when we go to different neighborhoods where they have money, there's the real big good schools. The game is it's different. All the fathers are there. The kids have structure and discipline. Because Snowman's example was the entire community is a nuclear family. So therein lies that difference right there. So those fathers are also influenced by other fathers too. Damn, you got them in what type of training? Let's go. You know, like it's just the whole community. I think that was the key point.
That's how I grew up in one of those towns where the whole town was a nuclear family. The whole town. All right. And my mom was one of the few single moms in the town. I still grew up with the same kind of values and stuff as all the other kids did, because that was the energy that was brought around me and that was put around me.
Never thought
If I would have grew up, I think if I would have grew up in a trailer park with a bunch of single moms, I probably would have ended up worse of a pookie than I was when I started out in life.
So do you feel like you grew up in a small town?
Yeah, I think small towns are beneficial for people growing up, especially kids.
Yeah.
Absolutely. I mean, you can still have diversity and go out and engage your children in culture and still have that small town community life that you live and live in a place that's safe. Small towns are safe. When everybody knows everybody, that makes a major difference.
So where most Black kids live in larger inner cities, what's the fix to that?
I don't know. I don't have an answer for that. I really don't know. The only answer that I could think of is somehow find a way to get government out of the inner city, because I think that it's government that is actually wrecking the inner city communities. I think a lot of the handouts and the subsidies and stuff that are being given that actually don't go to fix the problem, but are actually being more so spent on administrative costs and judicial costs and shit like that, and just a small fraction of it's going to the community, is what's actually hurting the community more.
Yo,
And
Q.
do you think that's possible without overturning the government and creating problems there?
I don't know. I mean, that's kind of the $1 million question, ain't it? I mean, a lot of it too is, how do you get the mindset to change in the communities like that?
Yeah.
Because that's it seems that's a problem of the individual mindset being used as a collective.
Yo, look at this, right? So Snowman Q, more so, right? Think about this. I told my wife, apply for WIC, right? When we had the first two twins. I said, just see, leave me off because if I'm on it, we won't, right? And she making 90 grand, right? She an administrator at the school, right? So I said, just see. She qualified for WIC at $90,000.
I think almost everybody qualifies for WIC, even if they're married.
It has a lesser, but
right.
Yeah, I think so. But just to think about that shit though, like, you know what I mean? That's a lot of just what you get, what we wouldn't get. We don't. It's women and infant children.
Well, what's crazy, Hamp, is when my wife got pregnant with my oldest son, Mikey, our first kid, she had just got laid off from her job because they closed the store that she was working in, and I was working at a place making decent money, but I was also having like $300 a week taken out of my check for child support. So she went up. We weren't married or anything when she got pregnant with him. She went up to see if she could just get food stamps, to help out with the food bill at the house.
Yeah.
And they denied her because she was living with me and because of what my net or my gross pay was, not my net. All they saw was what I made, even though we weren't married or anything, but she lived with me, all they saw is what I made. They didn't take out any of the deductions, the taxes, the insurance that I paid, the child support, retirement and all that stuff. But they told her that if she left me, that they would help her get an apartment of her own. They would give her food stamps. They would give her ADC. They would help her get a car, all kinds of stuff. They would give her more than what she even realized, but all she had to do was leave me. That's what they told a pregnant woman at the welfare office.
That's crazy.
And this is why I say that it's a government systemic issue on separating the mother and the father from the home, from each other, and having kids being raised with no fathers in the house. They want that. They're pushing that.
So what you're saying, Angry Snowman, is what I was leading with in one of the earlier questions, and having to call Cap on half of the panel most of the panel, because I was trying to say that there's a bigger root to a lot of the issues in our community. And I think what you're speaking to is one of them, right? So we keep saying what single moms should be doing, or what moms should be doing, or what Black women should be doing. And yet this is one of the things, right? So when you have whatever your situation is, and then this so-called incentives comes into the community, I think people have to be educated that, you're getting fucked over. I think that's the first part of it. And then once they can accept that and get some, again, what I call knowledge of self, understanding who they are in that particular situation, their eyes getting open, they can start to make those changes to step away from that and step away from that mindset and really see that is not as good of a help as it presented to be.
Yeah.
I agree with you.
Yeah, you're right. And Snowman made some hell of a point. And Q, in hindsight, that conversation got hijacked, right? We focused on when I said we know who the killers are, we know who the drug dealers are in the community, and then we focused on those two aspects. You know what I mean? Because your point resonates better just overall in this aspect. You know what I mean? Not to say it's invalid for the other ones, but on this one,
Right.
you know what I mean? Because the incentive, like she got the whole she got the American dream if she would have left Snowman, right?
Right.
Basically, like that's
But that even comes at a cost, because really, are you living the American dream when you're allowing a government agency to
Oh,
control
no.
every aspect of your life? Because that's what they end up doing at the end, man. And a lot of
Yeah.
people, they fall into that trap of the real modern day slavery. That's what welfare is modern day slavery, man. You have everything in your life controlled and overseen.
Yeah. Yep. You can't paint your house. You can't do anything. Like it's yeah. Go ahead, Nate. You about to say something?
No, I was listening. I was just unmute myself.
Yeah, man. Damn. That's interesting. I'm getting tired. Like, share, subscribe, tell a friend to tell a friend. Hit that like button right now if you can. It helps the channel the most. I think Nina said that the likes are matching the viewers, so that's good.
That's dope.
We appreciate y'all rocking out with us. How long we been up here, Q? 4 hours?
Yeah, about 4 hours.
3 hours and 59 minutes for sure. Shout out to Snowman. Who else popped up here? Yo, Triple Black got kicked off 5 minutes into the show.
I'm waiting for your audience to kick me off. I know one of them's going to do it one of these days.
They didn't even like mention it because they was kicking off people just because they stuttered. Corn got kicked off. Shout out to Sway for popping in. AFR for popping in. We appreciate y'all.
Salute to Black Hitler. That's who AFR is now. Black Hitler.
AFR, man. Let's do this real quick. I don't really fuck with Jerry Springer, but I do like one of his constructs. Angry Snowman. Final thought.
My final thoughts is I think that maybe we should stop telling other people how to live nowadays and actually focus on us and start living the way we tell others to live, and maybe start living by example. That's what I got. If you do what you always done, you'll be what you've always been.
Word. Miss Nay?
I think that we are a soul society now, and we need to start standing on something and not be concerned necessarily about the risk. Those risky opinions and pushback can be what affects change, because honestly, that's advocacy.
Word. Q.
Yeah, No Man's final sentiment sounded like live and walk in your truth. I'm just gonna say I fuck with my people the long way. I love y'all, and I ain't canceling shit.
Word. Yeah, man, it's hard out here. We just gotta figure it out. You know what I mean? I know we had a sentiment one time where we went around the room talking about, is this world doomed or something? I think the sentiment was yes, but I don't know if we can change everyone, but I think you need to create your tribe, deal with those people, build those people up in a way, and you can expand that tribe once everybody gets solid. I know a lot of cultures do that. I think, other cultures need to start adopting that, especially us, So, yeah, man. Like, share, subscribe. Tell a friend to tell a friend. We out.